Hey guys, my name is Kaushik and welcome back to LetCode. This is a Selenium with Java full course where we are going to learn all the basics of Selenium, like how to launch the browser, how to maximize the browser, how to load a URL, how to do the validations, how to do the UI validations, and very few other stuffs like how to interact with different types of element like the inputs, the drop downs, the buttons, or maybe like how to handle the frames, alert, window handling concept, and few other things as well. And also we are going to learn about the page object model, the page factory, and how to create a base class and how to use that in with the help of TestNG. I haven't covered the TestNG in detail. I just have like few concepts like what is at test, what is before method, and what is after method. That's all for this one because I focused more on the Selenium, not the TestNG. So TestNG maybe we'll see that in the later in some another video. Okay, and to learn Selenium, of course, the prerequisite is Java. So I didn't cover the Java full, like what is Java and what is all those stuff. Just started with the Selenium. So if you are going to learn from this video the Selenium, of course, you should know the Java. If you know about the OOPS concept in Java, that is pretty much enough for now. Okay, and this is going to be a very lengthy video. I think it will be like around 4 to 5 hours of the entire course is going to be. So I'm just going to give you a few tips how to enhance the learning from this video. Okay, so first of all, when you see the video, this is my playwright video, but most of the videos in our channel is like this only. So here is something called we have chapters. Okay, so I have added chapters in the Selenium video as well. So here once you click on this one, you can see that here like the section with the text is coming, right? So if you click on this one in the right hand side, you can see something like this. So I have segregated in like different chapters. It will be around like 20 or 22 chapters, I believe. So you can just watch based on the chapters. For example, I know that of course you cannot sit and watch the video for 5 to 6 hours entirely like in a single day. So of course you will be seeing at least one by one chapter. So for example, today you are going to see the first chapter, come again tomorrow and you can see the second chapter. Okay, so that is how the entire course is designed. And I know that whenever we learn something, of course we will get lots of doubt. Of course you can use the YouTube comment section definitely, but few of the times we cannot share the screenshot in the comment section. So I have created this Gitter. It is available for like a couple of months now. Maybe you can use this to like if you want to share your screenshot, or if you have any queries, probably you can ask here. Okay, and when I say chapters, that means each and every package is created based on the chapter. So if you go to the SRC main Java, and here you can see like we have chapter 1, chapter 10, and like chapter 2, every chapter is there. Okay, so if you watching the chapter 10, let's say, and you want to see the source code, you can just go there and you can see the source code there. Okay, so I will leave all the link in the description, and here and there I might be referring some video. All those video references are also mentioned in the comment, I mean in the video description, so watch that. Okay, um, and if you want like something like instant support, you can click on the join button. This is basically like 29 rupees per month, very optional, but just in case if you want to support me, probably you can join. And what is the benefit you will get is basically I have created a WhatsApp group. So who are the members in our channel, they have already joined the group. So if you have any queries, probably you can join it. If you don't want to pay, that's absolutely fine, I understand. You can use the Gitter itself. It's a very good to share your screenshot. I will try my best to reply, but definitely I will try to help as much I can from my side. Okay, and that's it. I hope you will enjoy the course. While creating the course, I really enjoyed, and while editing also I did the enjoy. And the rendering took really long time, but I still haven't uploaded. Once this video is completed, I will just bundle everything and upload. It will be like really huge in size, I believe, and I'm trying something new in the sense like the course is very same. So whatever I have discussed in my Selenium Tamil's videos, the same content, just like it's in English, that's it. And yeah, I hope you will enjoy it. Let's see. Okay, so just all the best, all the very best. If you are going to learn for the first time Selenium, I assume that you will definitely learn from it. Okay, so see you in the next video, I mean next chapter. Tada, bye bye, take care. In this chapter, we are going to look whether we have all the necessary before starting our entire course. So the prerequisites are very simple, as I already believe that you already have a basic knowledge of Java OOPS concept. So I believe either you have Eclipse or the IntelliJ in your system, and of course the Java, any version above 8. So let me show you what I have in my machine. So if I go to my command prompt and if I type java dash version and yeah, so if I give java dash version, and you can see that I'm currently using JDK 11. If you don't have the JDK, probably you can download it from Adopt or Open JDK. Let me show you that. So go to your browser and you can type Adopt Open JDK and go to the first link, and here we can download the JDK. So in my case, I'm using the latest, not the latest, the LTS, that is long term support version, Java JDK 11, and you can select any of the hotspot or the OpenJ9, and that's it. Okay, if you already have version 8 or above, that is fine, you no need to do this one, you can skip this step. And second, mostly in our entire course we are going to use the Eclipse. So if you have IntelliJ, mostly it is going to be very same, I believe, but still if you want to learn along with me, I will recommend you to go with the Eclipse. Okay, so just go to eclipse.org and then you can download any of the Eclipse version. Just make sure it has the Maven support, that's it. Okay, so you can click on the download and you can click on this exe file to download, and then you can just follow the steps. That's it, pretty much easy step. Okay, now let us go and open our Eclipse here. So in my case, I have the latest version of Eclipse, that is 2022 and 12, some mod version number. Okay, and we are going to focus on how to create a Maven project, because the entire course is designed on the Maven. Okay, so first we'll click on this create a project here, not the Java project. Click on the second option, create a project. If you're not able to see that option, you can click on the file and click on the new and click on the project here. Okay, and then select the Maven and click on this Maven project. Okay, click on next and click on the first checkbox, create a simple project, and click on the next, and here we can give some name. Okay, so group ID, in the sense it's kind of your folder name, and artifact, in the sense it's kind of your project name. Okay, so here I'm going to say org.letcode. Okay, so that's going to be my project folder name, and the project name is going to be my letcode. Okay, so this will be your folder and this will be your project name. Let me show you that as well. I'm going to click on the finish, and it will take few seconds or maybe few minutes based on your system requirements, and then the project will be success. So to identify whether the project is created or not successfully, we can expand this project, and here in the left hand side you can see that we have a file called pom.xml. If we have this file, and then here we can see a little M icon over there, right? The letter M. That means our project is created successfully. Now, second thing, what we have to do is we have to add the dependencies in the pom.xml. So if I click on the pom.xml, in the very first time, you will be able to see something like this overview. Okay, but you can just click on this last option, pom.xml, and here we have to specify the dependency whatever we are going to use. Okay, so let me just increase the font size. You can use Ctrl plus to increment or decrement the font size. Okay, and then I'm going to add the dependencies here. So for that we have to use the tag called dependencies, and within the dependencies we have to add the dependencies that we are going to use. In our case, it's going to be Selenium, right? So let's head over to the Selenium official website, and the website name is selenium.dev. So we can go to there, and if I go to the download section, you can see that we have the latest version of 3.141.59. This is the last version of Selenium 3. After that we have Selenium 4, but that is still in the beta section, so we will not discuss in this video. Maybe in future video, once we learn the Selenium 3 thoroughly, then we can go with the Selenium 4. Okay, and here we have quite a few options like Selenium Grid, the client, and few other bindings. Let's go and do the Maven information, right? So here we can see we have a Maven information, and if you click on this link, you will get this the dependencies. You no need to go through this and copy paste. I will leave all the details in the description. You can copy it from there, or else you can check out our GitHub page. From there also you can copy this. Okay, so let me copy and go back and paste over here, and as soon as I do Control S to save the file, it will go and download all the Maven dependencies. In my system I already have the dependencies, that's why it downloaded very quickly. If you are doing for the very first time, then it might take few minutes. Okay, so here in the left hand side, if you expand this Maven dependencies, you can see that we have all the Selenium Chrome, Edge, Firefox, IE, Java, Opera, Safari, Remote, and all the other libraries that is needed for the Selenium. Okay, so we are pretty much done with our installation and the project setup. In the next chapter, we will discuss how to write a first script. In this chapter, we are going to see how to write our first test script using Selenium. We are going to perform a small action like loading a website. We are going to maximize the window, and then we are going to enter the username, the password, and we are going to click on the login button, and then maybe we will just check the title. For example, we are going to use the same application LetCode.in that is already described about this website in our introduction video, right? So let's see how to do the login. So if I click on this login button, it will come this one. So I'm going to enter the username, the password, and click on the login button, and that's it. We are pretty much done, right? Now, before writing the actual test code, we have to learn something. So in the Eclipse, we are going to write our Java code. The Java code, in the sense, of course, we are going to use the Selenium WebDriver API, and based on that, we are going to call some classes and functions, and then we are going to perform the actions. But to make the communication between our code and the actual browser, we need some guy to do the communication. For that, we have a beautiful thing called drivers. So if you are going to interact with the Chrome browser, of course, we need the Chromium driver or the Chrome driver. And similarly, if you are going to communicate with the Firefox, we need the Gecko driver. So based on each and every browser, the browser vendor, the actual vendor provides the drivers as well. Okay, so in most of the scenarios, we are going to handle with the Chrome browser. So I'm just going to show you how to download the Chrome driver and set the path and everything. The steps are very similar for other browsers as well. Only the class name is going to change, that we will see in the upcoming lectures. And one more thing you have to remember, whenever I say driver, the driver and the browser version must be exactly same, or else your script will not work. Maybe one version you can skip, like if your current version is 90 and if you are using the driver version of 89, that is fine, but still it is recommended to use the browser and the driver version exactly same. Now, how to check that? Let's see. It's very simple. Open up your browser. In my case, it's Chrome, and click on this menu icon and go to help and click on about Google Chrome. Here you can see that it is the version is 90 currently, and already you can see that the browser is getting updated. So let's see, once the browser got updated, so finally the update is done. I'm just going to relaunch it, and let's see the new version what we got now. So the version is still 90, so there is a minor changes, not the major. So we can go with the major version number, that is 90. Let's go how to download the Chrome driver. So just you can Google it. So Chrome driver download, and go to the first link. And here you can see that it says like if you are using Chrome version 90, please download the version 91. Okay, so they are recommending us to use the 91 version for the 90th browser. Okay, so let's click on that, and here you can see that based on your operating system, whether you have Linux, Mac, or the Windows, you can download the appropriate one. And if you noticed in the Chrome driver, Win32 is there, not the 64, and that is fine because 64 can be worked in both the versions. We can use any of the versions, both will work technically. The 32-bit can work on 32-bit system as well as 64-bit system. Okay, and if you're not sure like whether your system is 32 or 64, in that case it is not that much needed to know, but just in case, in general, if you want to know, you can go to your this PC and right click and click on this properties, and here you can see that the system type is 64-bit operating system. In your case it will be 86, might be 86 in the sense it is 32-bit system. Okay, just a general information, nothing related to our learning. Okay, now let's go and download this guy first here, and we'll download in the desktop folder just for easy access. And let's go to the desktop, and I have disabled everything, so let me bring it up. Okay, so this is the Chrome driver. I'm going to right click and extract. So it will be in the zip file. You have to extract the zip file. Okay, and then copy the driver file. Now go back to your Eclipse and create a new folder. So I'm going to right click on the project, new, and I'm going to click on this folder option. And then I'm going to name it as drivers, because of course there are multiple browsers available. So we are creating a folder with the name drivers. And here I'm going to paste the file, the Chrome driver file that I copied. So here you can see that we have the Chrome driver.exe. Okay, so we are done with the preconditions. Now if you have any queries like why this driver is needed, basically we have to understand the Selenium architecture. That might be little complex for this scenario now, or this lecture now. So what I will recommend is, just to make you understand, I will say like Chrome driver is going to communicate with your browser, actual browser, and the Java code. So the communication between both the code and the browser, Chrome driver is going to take the responsibility. Similarly, Gecko driver is going to take care or take responsibilities of the Selenium code and the Firefox browser. Okay, so let's go and write our first test script. So I'm going to create a package. Everything should be written within the package, and click on this icon to create a package. And here I'm going to name based on the chapter. Okay, so I will name it like chapter -1. Dash is not recommended, so we'll just name it like chapter 1. Okay, and within that I'm going to create a class called login script, or just we'll name it like login test. Okay, now we are going to start with the main method, and maybe in future lectures we are going to convert everything into TestNG. Okay, so let me start with main, and that's it. We are pretty much done with the class creation and the main method. Right now what I'm going to do is I'm going to use the function called SetProperty from the system class. Why that is needed is, basically we have downloaded our Chrome driver within this particular folder, correct? But I have to say to the script like, where is my driver and how can I use that? Okay, so for that the first line should be system dot set property, and we are accessing the set property file directly because it is a static function. And here we have to send the key and the value. We'll talk about the key in a moment. Let us understand the value. So value in the sense we have to specify the folder location of the drivers. There are plenty of ways you can do it. You can access the file class, or also you can access the user.dir from the system properties, or else we can do in a simplest way by using the dot slash. Dot slash represent the current folder. So here I can say dot slash, that means my focus on this project now, LetCode, and from there I'm going to access the folder called drivers, that is this folder, and then I'm going to access this particular folder. So here I'm going to say slash chrome driver.exe. That's it, pretty much easy. Make sure you have this path correctly, or else you will end up with an exception in the runtime. Okay, and here we have to say webdriver.chrome.driver. Okay, so this is going to act as a driver for me, and the browser I'm targeting is the Chrome, and this is the protocol WebDriver. Okay, so this is your key. If you have done a spelling mistake, or if you just missed any character here, definitely it will throw you error. Okay, let's see that. Okay, so first we are going to launch the Chrome browser. So for that, in Selenium we have a class called Chrome driver. Let's call that. Okay, so I'm going to call the Chrome driver class here. That means of course I have to create the constructor, right? So Chrome driver equal to new Chrome driver, and that's it. In Eclipse mostly you can use the control space, that will suggest you all the like it will give you auto suggestions or a quick suggestion, so you no need to type that much. Okay, I think similarly we have in IntelliJ, but I haven't used that personally. Mostly I used the Eclipse or the VS Code, so I will prefer Eclipse for Java and VS Code for any of the scripting languages. Okay, this two lines is pretty much enough to launch the browser. Let me tell you, or let me show you, right? So right click, and here we are going to do run as Java application. Okay, and here you can see that the first thing we got is some exception. It didn't launch and we got some exception, and it says org.selenium.selenium not created exception. Let us understand why it is not created. It is not created. So here it says that session not created. The version of Chrome driver only supports the Chrome driver version 91. Okay, it's strange actually, because in the documentation it says like if you are using Chrome driver 90, please download the version 91, but in the script it says like the version supports only 91 version. Okay, so maybe some issue in the browser side, so that is very important. Now we are going to replace the driver. That's a very simple solution. So I'm going to click on this 90 and let's download this guy, and yeah, so we are going to save it again, and we are going to show in folder, and we are going to extract it here again, and we are going to replace the existing file, and we are going to delete it. Now let me copy. Before that, if I go back to Eclipse and if I open my package explorer, and if I try to delete this driver, if I do like delete and enter, it is not allowing us to delete, right? Now even if I go to like show in system explorer, and then if I go within the project, within the folder, and here also if I try to do the delete, it will not allow me to do the delete actually. So I'm clicking on the delete action, but here you can see that it says like file in use. Why the file is in use in the sense, it's very simple. So what we did here is basically I said that system.setProperty, that means in somewhere in my memory the file path, this file path will be in use. So that is the reason we are not able to delete this one. So how to delete this file and replace is very easy. Okay, so go to your Windows R and type command cmd. That will bring up the command prompt, and here we are going to kill this particular driver. Okay, so if I go and say task kill /f/im chrome driver.exe. Now here you can see that it says the process chrome.exe with process id, some id has been terminated. That means now this file is not in use. Let us confirm. I'm going to click on the delete, and here you can see that the file got deleted, right? So this is how if you are facing like you are not able to replace the driver, or if you are not able to delete the driver, you have to kill the process, then you can easily delete it. Okay, now let us paste the new version. Now how to check whether the version is correct or not? You can just double click on it and it will open up with some informations, and here you can see that it is version of 90.00, right? So you can just go with the major, minor is not that much needed. So major version is correct means that's it. Now let's go back to our Eclipse. Let me close everything and let us try to run this now again. So right click, run as Java application, and here you can see that this time the browser launched properly, and in the console we can see that we do not have any exception. Now don't get worried if you see something on red color here. This is not your exception. This is just it's telling that the browser is launched and it is handled by some software. That's it. Okay, so do not worry. Whatever you see on the red color is not an exception. This is just an information. After that, if you are seeing something red color, then that is an exception. Okay, we'll talk about that in the upcoming lectures. Okay, now let's see how to load the URL. So I'm going to say driver.get, and here I'm going to pass our URL, that is letcode.in, and we'll go back previously. So we'll go to the main page first, that is letcode.in. So we'll just copy the URL and we'll paste it here. Okay, and make sure you are going to pass the protocol as well. If it's HTTP or HTTPS or file system or localhost, you have to send the protocol. If you don't pass the protocol, let's see what happens. Okay, so I'm going to run this now. Before that, let me go and kill the existing browser and right click, run as Java application. Okay, and here you can see that the browser launched but URL is not loaded, and we have some exception. If I go and to the top, and if I see, it says that invalid argument exception. Congratulations, as soon as the session or the course has started, we are facing lots of issues, right? But that is the perfect way to learn. If you know what is the exception we are facing, what is the issue we are facing, then only you will understand how to solve it. Okay, so I think this is a good start. You can hold it down here right now. Okay, so here you can see that it says that invalid argument exception, and the reason is it says invalid argument. That means the driver, whenever we pass any URL to the get functions, it should have the proper protocol or else it won't work. Okay, so I'm just going to say https then letcode.in slash, yeah, that is the URL, right? Now let's go and run this again. Okay, now here you can see that the browser got launched and with the proper URL, right? But if you notice something, the browser is not in the full screen. Full screen in the sense, if I click on this maximize button, it's going to be look something like that, right? But by default, the size will be like this only. So we can handle that with the help of script. Let us see how to maximize it. So I'm going to write a code for that. So first we have to say driver, then followed by we have to call the function called manage. Then I'm going to say window dot maximize. Okay, that means it will maximize the browser. Let me show you. So I'm going to right click, run as Java application. Okay, so here you can see the browser launched, the URL loaded, and also it is maximized, right? Very cool. Now let's see how to write the actual test script. That means the login script, right? So to perform the login, we need two things. One is the email ID and another one is the password, right? So let me store that here. So I'm going to say string email equal to this my email here, and then I'm going to store the password here. So string pass equal to, okay, and of course it should be within the double quotes, right? Okay, that's it. So my data, I have stored my data. Now let's go and inspect the browser, right? So mostly in automations, what we do is basically we do inspect everything, right? So without inspecting anything, we cannot interact with any of the elements. Okay, so in terms of HTML or the nodes, we call everything as a elements. In terms of Selenium, we call that as a web element. So what is element? Let us see. So I'm going to click on this login button first. So if I have to click the login button, I have to say to my script that, hey, I have a button called login and you have to click that. So how to do that is very simple technique. In Selenium, we have something called locator strategy. So based on locators, we can do that. And we have like 8 types of locators. It starts with ID, name, class name, and then we have link text, partial link text, XPath, and the CSS. XPath is the last preferred one, but in most of the time we go with the XPath. I can say at least 90%. And the most preferred one is basically the ID. Okay, and then we have the name, the class name, and the link text. Link text is also preferred mostly when we have a anchor tag. Anchor tag in the sense anything that starts with the A tag. Let me show you that. So I'm going to right click and I'm going to click on the inspect this one. In few of the website like banking website or maybe any secured website, you cannot see like right click. So in that case, what you can do is you can just click on F12 or function F12 based on your keyboard setup. You can bring up this console. Okay, then you can click on this arrow and you can just mouse over on any of the element that you want to do the interaction. Okay, and here you can see that it starts with the A tag and it's closed with the end tag, and in between whatever the text we have, we call it as a link text. Okay, so this black color, so here I can see that I have space log space in, and then we have a space, and that is what here also visible. So that is what link text is. So I'm just going to copy the text, and here I'm going to say driver dot find element, sorry, not that one. So driver dot find element, and here I have a function called by link text. Okay, so within the link text, whatever the value we have copied, we are going to paste it there. But remember one thing, whenever we are going to use the function called link text, there you just trim the text. Trim in the sense you just remove the first space and the very last space, not the mid one. So trim, always do the first trim and the last trim, not the center trim or middle trim. Okay, and let me have some spaces so that you can see it properly. Okay, and then what we are going to do is we are going to do the click action. But before that, this find element by link text, it's going to return us one type, right? So it's going to return us a type called web element. So I can use the control to L. In Eclipse we have the shortcut control to L that will just give you the return type. So we no need to write like web element equal to something. Instead of that, you write the right hand side, and it will automatically give you what is there in for the left hand side to store. Okay, and here I'm going to say this is my sign in. So I will click like I will make the name like sign in. Okay, so I will show you the shortcut maybe in few of the cases, so don't worry like what this guy is doing. It is very simple. You have to say like control 2, you press control 2 together, and then you press the L, so that will store the web element, or even Chrome driver or whatever. So whatever it's going to return. So if I mouse over on this function, you can see that it is returning the web element, right? So that is what we have stored here, and it will suggest a name as well, but of course we can change as per requirement. Okay, now what I'm going to do is I'm going to click on the sign in dot click, right? So that is how we have to click on the sign in. Now let's assume that we have clicked on sign in, and then we have to interact with this email field, password, and then we have also the login button, right? So we are going to click on that. So let's go and inspect the first one. So here you can see that we have like name equal to email, we have like type equal to text, placeholder equal to enter, and a class and something. Okay, so we have the name here, so I can just go with the name here, that is email, and let me store it here, right? So I'm going to say driver dot find element by name, and the name here is email. Okay, and it is going to return me again the same web element, but I can just do the chaining of actions here, right? So I can say like dot send keys, and then I can pass the data. So in my case, the name, I mean the email that we already stored here as a string, that is this one. So I'm going to use that one. Okay, and let's go and interact with the password, right? So to inspect the password, very simple, click on that, right click and click on the inspect. That will bring up the particular element. So if you mouse over on that, you can see like we are getting some highlights. Okay, and here we have a name called password, so we're going to copy that, and here I'm going to say driver dot find element by name, and the value is this one, and then I'm going to say dot send keys, and I'm going to pass my pass, right? So I mean I'm going to pass my password, that is this pass variable. Okay, and lastly what we are going to do is we are going to click on the login, right? So we are going to click on the login. Now here you can see that it is basically a button, and it has a text called login, right? So in that case, I cannot use any of the other locators, like I do not have the ID, I do not have the name, I have a class name, but that might be duplicate as well. So what we can do is we can go with the XPath here. Now I'm not going to teach the entire XPath concept here in this video, because already I have a detailed video on the XPath. I will leave a card now here. You can click on that, and you can click on the, I mean you can check that particular video. In my videos, in this particular videos, mostly I'm going to use the let XPath that is used to find the XPath. Okay, so if you are someone who is learner, I will not recommend you to use this kind of tools, any tools, let XPath or maybe whatever the tools you know. Rather, you just try to inspect everything, try to build the XPath of your own. But if you are familiar with XPath and you just want to save your time, probably you can use any of the Chrome extensions maybe you can use my XPath as well. Of course, it's a free. Okay, so I'm going to click on this to copy the XPath, and here I'm going to say driver dot find element by XPath, and I'm going to do the click action, right? So I will say dot click. That's it. We are pretty much done with the login now. But any script without assert or without any validation is not a good script. I know that, but here we are just started to learn. So we'll add some validations maybe in the upcoming lectures. Okay. So let's go and run this now. So I'm going to right click and let's run as a Java application. And here you can see that as soon as I logged in, here it says like welcome Kaushik Chatterjee. So based on that, we can add some validations. We'll look that maybe in later on stages. Okay. So that's it for this lecture. I believe you have learned about the Chrome driver, how to use the set property, how to use the Chrome driver constructor, and how to use the get function, how to maximize, and how to find elements and do the login basic script. Okay. So we'll talk about more about the Selenium in the next lectures. See you in the next one. In this chapter, we are going to look what is the difference between close and quit in a detailed way. Okay. So if you remember in our previous lecture, we have written this Chrome driver constructor, we have load this URL and we have done the login script. But when I run the script, let me show you. So it's going to run, execute properly. That's not the problem, but the browser doesn't close. So there is a problem if the browser doesn't get closed always. Let me show you that what is the problem in terms of memory as well. Okay. So here you can see that the script got completed. The browser is still open. And if I go back to my Eclipse, you can see that the script is completed, right? Now, if I right click and click on the taskbar, and if I click on the task manager, you can see that if I update this, I mean, if I expand this, you can see that we have lots of memory wastage here. So here you can see that it says like Chrome driver 1, 2, 3, 4. So we have plenty of Chrome drivers opens, and that is, of course, it's going to consume your system memory, right? So the memory might be little low, like 4 or 5, but think that if you are going to continuously run all your script, like if you have like 100 test case or 1000 test case, then of course it's going to waste your memory. So in two ways, actually one way we can solve this in one way by using the function called driver.quit. Let me show you that. Okay. Before that, I like to kill all my browser instance. So in our previous lecture also we saw the code for that or the command for that. If you remember, you can just type before me. Okay. So I'm going to say task kill /f/m, and then I'm going to say Chrome driver .exe, right? Now as soon as I enter, you can see that it closed almost like 6 instance. To confirm, we can go again to our task manager, and now in this time you can see we do not have anything here with the name of Chrome driver, right? So that means all the things have displayed, I mean terminated. And here you can see Google Chrome, that is basically all the browsers that we have opened over here. Okay, if you want to close all the browsers, we can do that. Instead of Chrome driver, we have to say chrome.exe, and here you can see that we have a lot of Chromes opened and everything got closed here. Okay, that's it. Now let us understand the real difference between close and quit. I hope you got this scenario, right? Now when I say driver.close, it's going to close the browser. But is that really going to save our memory? Let's see. So I'm going to right click and I'm going to run as Java application. So login is completed and the script also got closed. I mean completed, and also the browser got closed, right? But let me show you the real thing. If I go back to my task manager and if I go to this particular background processes, and here you can see that the driver is actually doesn't closed. The driver is not closed completely. The task still doesn't happen. That means it will consume our memory, right? So that is a problem. Then we have a function called quit. If you use that function, that means it is going to close the browser as well as it is going to terminate the process. So that is the difference between close and quit. Let me show you that. So if I go back to my command prompt, and if I say task kill /f/im, and then if I say Chrome driver .exe, this time it's going to kill the process. So if we go back and look in the task manager, of course the Chrome driver process won't be there because we have killed it, right? Now instead of close, I'm going to use quit here. Okay, then right click and run as Java application. Let us see what is going to happen this time. So browser launched, the script is going to run, the completed, everything stopped, right? Now if I go to my command prompt and if I execute the same command and if I hit enter, you can see that it says the browser Chrome driver not found. When I use the driver.close, we can see that we are able to kill the process. But when I use the driver.quit, you can see that the process is not found. That means the process already closed, terminated, right? So that is the difference between close and quit. So which one is used to recommend it? Of course, the quit at the end of the script, not on the very first. Why? Because let's say that we have a scenario to perform multiple tabs, right? So for example, if I go to letcode.in and here we have a scenario like we have this windows. So once I click on this one, you can see that we have two tabs now. I want to close any of one tab, not all the tabs. In that scenario, I have to use the function called driver.close to close the active tab, but that will not kill my driver, entry driver session. But if I have to kill all the browsers that is opened by the Selenium in the current session, then of course I have to use the driver.quit. So I hope you understood the difference between close and quit. We'll see that real-time uses like how to use, when to use in the window handling concept. Okay, see you in the next lecture very soon. In this chapter, we are going to see a little deep dive into the system.setProperty. Okay, so here we are using this system.setProperty and we are saying like WebDriver.Chrome.driver, and then I'm specifying the driver path so that my Chrome driver can understand like where my driver is actually, right? If you comment this line, and if you try to execute, it will end up with an exception like illegal state argument exception. Okay, but in my case it's going to run. Let me show you that. So I'm going to remove this line completely and I'm going to use right click, run as Java application. Okay, let's see what is going to happen. And here you can see that the browser still got launched, and if you notice something here, it says that driver version is 89. But if you remember in previous two lecture it was 90 because that is what we have downloaded here, right? So somehow my script is able to communicate with the driver, but it is not using the driver that is available in my current folder. So from where I'm getting the driver? That's a good question, right? Let us see that. So I'm going to bring up my this PC and I'm going to click on the right click and properties, and I'm going to navigate to the advanced system settings, and here I'm going to click on the environment variables. Now if I go little down here, not on the user variables, you have to go to the system variables, and if you go and little down you can find something like path. If I click on the edit, you can see that I have specified k : driver, right? Let's copy this value and let's go to our that folder, and here you can see that I have Chrome driver that is of 89 version. That means my system is able to take all the drivers. So here if you notice, I have Chrome driver, I have Gecko driver, I have Internet Explorer driver. So all the drivers I have placed in a common folder, and I can use that across all my scripts, all my editors without setting the property. Okay, so it is not mandatory that you have to use the system.setProperty. So if you are going to use the system.setProperty, that is fine, but that is not mandatory. So how to launch a browser in the sense, in interview if someone asks you, you should say like this one, right? So Chrome driver equal to new Chrome driver, that is the actual code to launch any browser. System.setProperty is like your precondition, but that is also not mandatory. I hope that makes sense to you and you are able to understand what is system.setProperty. So when I say system.setProperty, that means it is going to set the property in my environment variables, and from there it will take pass to this particular constructor, right? But without using the system.setProperty, I can configure that manually, and then I can use that. That's it for this video. See you in the next lecture very soon. In this chapter, we are going to see how the maximize work. So we have written the driver.window.manage.maximize, but how that works really we are going to understand. I mean, in the sense, not in the sense like how the maximization is work, rather we are going to deep dive into that coding part. Okay, so we know that we can use the Chrome driver, driver equal to new Chrome driver, and this line is pretty much enough to launch the browser, right? But to maximize, right? So when we launch the browser, of course, it is not in the maximized view perspective. It will be in the default size of like your box size, right? So we want to do the maximize. For that, we have used the syntax like driver dot manage dot window, and then we have said like maximize, right? So this is the function that is going to use the that is going to perform the maximization. That is actually true, nothing wrong about it. But let us understand how this syntax works, right? So we have chaining of actions, right? Let's see how does it works. Okay, so first I'm going to say driver dot manage, and actually this function is going to return me the options here. So options is what? Options is basically an interface. So if you mouse over on any of the like this, you can see that it is an interface. And by the way, I have used the shortcut Control to L to do the maximization here. Okay, I mean to store it in the left hand side. Then I'm going to use this function manage dot window, and that's going to return me the window interface here. So window is an interface here, and that's going to be returned. Now from the window, I'm going to say function called maximize. Okay, now if I give control to L, that is not going to reflect anything because maximize is basically returning as the void in the sense, of course, we cannot store it anymore, right? So that's it. So this is the actual syntax. That is what we have returned here in a single line. How? Very simple. So I know that this maximize is coming from my window, so I can use the same function like window.maximize, and window is basically coming from this class called options. That is what the manage is returning. So if I remove the semicolon here and here, and then if I remove the left hand side assignment here, so here and then followed by the this one, and here let me remove this one as well. So let's remove, and here we're going to remove. So if I remove all the constructor, all the objects, and if I connect with the dot, you can see that we are able to achieve this one, right? So that is what here we have also written. So basically based on the return type, it is going to work. Okay, so it's like more of like driver dot manage dot, and then we can say like dot maximize. Okay, so that is how the actual code looks like. That is what we are writing in a single line. Okay, I hope that makes sense to you, and it's very easy to understand. Based on the return type, it works. Since I already believe that you already have basic knowledge of oops concept, so I know what is I believe that you know what is the meaning of return. Based on the return type, it's going to work. Okay, that's it for this lecture. You will see in the next lecture very soon. In this chapter, we are going to see how to interact with different types of inputs in Selenium. For example, if you know that in web page, of course, there will be input. For example, if you're going to interact with the email field or the password, that is also input type, right? So we have built this website called LetCode.in. So just to understand, make understand better, like what are the components of HTML elements can be there, right? So if I go to the Let's Go, and here you can see that we have something like letcode.in/edit. So I'm going to take this URL, and here you can see that it has already the task like enter your name, append a text, what is inside the text box, and few other stuff, right? So we are going to take this page and we are going to try to solve all the test cases here. So you can consider one step as a one test case here. Okay, so let's go and start. So first I have to copy the URL, and here I'm going to say driver dot get, and then I'm going to paste the URL, right? And let's go and inspect. So I believe already you know how to inspect elements and how to take the locators or the XPath. If you haven't watched the XPath video yet, I will recommend you to watch the XPath. But in my case, I'm going to use the let XPath, so it will just save few times. So that's okay, I believe. Okay, so if I go and inspect this one, you can see we got XPath of 5 and CSS of 4. So I'm going to use this ID because ID is first preferences. So we're going to click on that. And here I'm going to say driver dot find element by ID, and I'm going to pass the ID value, and I'm going to say dot send case, and then some data. So I'm going to pass my full name here, that is Kaushik Chatterjee. Okay, let me maximize this. So you can use Control M to maximize this screen. Okay, and that's it. So we have done with our first one. Now let's go and see what we have to do. So here it says that append a text and press the keyboard tab. So we are going to see how to press a tab. I mean, I'm going to how to, yeah, we are going to see how to append a text. Append a text in the sense nothing there. It's very simple. We can use the sendCase functions that will default will do the append. For example, let me inspect this one. So here you can see that we have an ID called join. So I'm going to take that one, and here let me write some comment, maybe just for your understanding. So this is like your TC0001 and this is like your TC002. Okay, so next we are going to perform driver dot find element by ID, and we are going to pass the ID value, and then we are going to say send case, and then I'm going to say I'm a good, I'll just say YouTuber, maybe just do let me know in the comments. Okay, and then what we are going to do, we are going to press a keyboard tab. So how to handle the keyboard tabs action or control actions in Selenium is very simple. We can do within the send case itself. So if you mouse over, you can see that it is basically accepting character sequence. That means we can pass like array kind of values. For example, here I can say comma, and then I can say keys, and if you give control space, that will ask you to do the import. Click enter. So here you can see that we got the import statement here. Okay, and then I'm going to say keys dot tab. So you can see that we have plenty of actions, like we have alt left, not alt left, arrow left, arrow right, all the functions. So whatever the keys you have within your keyboard, you will be able to see here as well. In our case, it should be keyboard dot tab. So I'm going to use keys dot tab. Okay, now let us try to run this and check whether the keyboard tab is working. So how do you identify? We can do it in few ways. As of now, we'll just check it visually. That means I'm going to execute and check visually, right? So if I click on the tab, you can see that it is getting selected here, right? So it is going to get selected here. So let us see, right? So I'm going to right click and run as Java application. Okay, so it loaded the URL and it typed the Kaushik Chatterjee, and here you can see that it appended as well as it tabbed. That is why it got highlighted, right? So as soon as I clicked, it's the highlighter it's missing, but you have noticed it is like this one, right? So in this way, we can confirm that keyboard tab is working. Just in case if you want to check that programmatically, let's see how to do that. Okay, so first thing, we have entered the tab. That means my default focus will be within this particular what do you call that particular element, right? Now what they are asking is what is inside the text box. So we have to get the text from the text box. Let me inspect this. Okay, so if you inspect this, you can see that value equal to authentication. So if I change something here, it is going to change over there as well. So whatever there within the text box is basically within this attribute. Okay, so this is known as attribute and this is known as attribute value. Okay, so I have to retrieve the attribute value of the attribute that name is value, right? Let's see that. So already we know that we are on this particular element, so we are not going to find this element, rather we are going to use the concept called active element. Let me show you. So here I'm going to use driver dot switch to. Okay, so switch to is another function, so I'm going to say switch to dot active element, and then I'm going to use the get attribute function to get the or to retrieve the value from there. So I want to get the value of the value attribute. I know I'm saying too much of value, but one is attribute, another one is attribute value. Okay, so we have to retrieve the value from this particular value, or I can say we have to retrieve the text from this particular value. Okay, and that's going to return me the string, so I'm going to store it here. So you can see it suggested the name as attribute. That's fine, so we'll just use the sysout statement and we'll just print it out. That's it, very simple, right? So what is the syntax we have used here? Is very simple, a driver dot switch to, and then we have this active element. That means wherever my focus is currently, there it will consider as a element. Okay, from the element we are trying to use the function called get attribute, and then that's going to be stored in a value, in a variable called attribute, and we are going to print that. Let's run and check. And it says that do you want to save. So sometimes if you don't save and if you try to run, it will show you like save and launch. You can just click on this always save resource and before launching, and click on the OK. That means whenever we try to execute, it will save the script and then it will run. Watch carefully. So the focus is on the particular text box authentication. Now if I go and here you can see the beauty, we got the element. So even without finding the element, of course we can handle that based on the active element. Now active element will work only if the mouse cursor is highlighting over there, or else it won't work. Okay. So for example, if you go to facebook.com, let me show you. Now here you can see that as soon as I go to this website, the icon, right, that mouse icon is within that text box. So in this case I can use the active element. Okay, now let's move to the next one, and the next test case is going to be clear the text. So already we have a text, we have to clear this, right? So let's go and inspect this guy, and it has a id called clear me. I'm just going to copy that one, and this is my tc 003, just as some random number I am giving. It is not like exactly the same way we have to follow. Just to make sure we are going to look the code, you are going to look the code and you are going to understand this one. Okay, let's have some spaces. Yeah, driver dot, and of course the find element by id, and then we are going to use something called id value, that is this one, and then I'm going to say use the function called clear. So clear in the sense it will clear all the text box values. Okay, if you want to confirm like whether it's cleared or not, if you want to confirm, very easy, you can use the get attribute. You get the value of this and you check whether the length is 0. If the length is 0, then of course it's cleared, right? That's it, very simple. Okay, now let's go back and use this one. So here you have to say like confirm edit field is disabled. Disabled in the sense we cannot type anything, right? So how does it works? Let us understand in the HTML way. So here you can see that it is an input, and here we have an attribute called disabled. That means of course we cannot type. So just in case if I remove this, and then you can see we can type something, right? So that is how it works in the HTML. Now let's see how to find that with the help of Selenium. So here you can see we have an ID called no edit, and I'm going to copy paste. So driver dot find element by ID and the ID value, and then I'm going to say is enabled. So is enabled in the sense it will return true, that means we can interact. If it's going to return false, that means we cannot interact. Okay, so let me store that in a variable called enabled, and I'm going to just give the sys out. Okay, not this one, sorry for that. So sys out, and then I'm going to say enable. Okay, and the last one here, it says that the text is only read only. That means read only in the sense of course we cannot write anything. So I'm trying to type something, but that is not possible. How that is works, basically we have something called read only attribute here, so that is the reason it's read only. Okay, so in Selenium how to do that is very simple. We have to use the get attribute. So like here we are using is enabled, right? So similarly for read only we do not have any direct functions, we can use the get attribute. Let me show you that. So driver dot find element by id, some id, and then we are going to use get attribute, and the attribute name is basically read only. So if it's read only, it will return true or false like that. Okay, or else it will return null. Okay, so let's go and store it something like attribute 2, or I can say like is read only. Okay, and then we'll try to sys out it. Okay, that's it, very simple. And of course we have to find the id, so don't write is the id value here. Now let's go and run, and after that I also want to save my memory, so I will just use the function called quit. Okay, now let's go and run this up. Before that, let me close the existing one. And here you can see in the last one we got like true, that means of course it is read only, and here we got false because we cannot do the interaction, right? So here the boolean type we got false because it is not interactable, and here read only comes like true because it is read only. If you are getting like null or false, then it is not your read only. Okay, read only in the sense like whatever the attribute we are trying to get. Okay, that's it. Okay, so I hope this makes sense to you and you have learned all the types, probably maximum types that we can handle with the Selenium. Okay, apart from input, also we have like text area, that is also same concept. So whatever we have performed here, the same concept here. Okay, now based on this, let's try to create a tiny framework. No, I'm not kidding, we can create still. So we have learned few things, like we have learned like how to enter, how to clear and type. So what are the functions that we can build as a reusable function, right? So framework is nothing but a reusable function. So for example, let's say that we want to clear and type. So we know how to clear, we know the functions how to clear or also how to type, right? So based on that we can write some functions, right? So here within the main package, so currently we are on the chapter 5. I'm going to create another folder, I mean another package, technically same, and I'm going to say like Selenium base. Okay, so that should be in the lowercase, so just name it like base, and within that I'm going to create a class called Selenium base. Okay, and then we are going to declare some drivers, right? So I'm going to say, as of now I'm going to say Chrome driver, and I'm going to say driver. Okay, and then I'm going to write few of the functions. For example, based on the input, let's take the same, right? So based on the input, let's take the same. So what are the operations we are doing is we are trying to enter something, right? That means I need a function to type something, right? And then here we can do like, we can specify the key actions type, right? What are the keys we can do? We can do the tab, we can do the control, we can do the shift. So I can take that as well. And then you can see we are going to get the text. That means we are going to get the value, we are going to clear the text and confirm. We have some validations, right? We are going to perform that as well. So what are the functions we have learned in Selenium, we are going to convert that as a utility function, or also I can say framework, or also I can say like a reusable function. Is that interesting? Definitely it is. Let us see. Okay, so don't worry, we are not going to add a lot of things like the reports, the loggers, the data driven approach of thing. We are just going to create simple functions. Why I'm doing in this way, in the sense, uh, so when you learn a topic, you just also learn how to build the framework. That will definitely help you. Okay, let's go and do that. So I'm going to create a public functions because it's based in the sense, of course I have to use it in any package, any folder, any classes, right? So of course it will be in the public. And what does it going to return? Nothing. So I'm just going to make it as void. Okay, the first function I'm going to type. Okay, so I make like type. So what is type? Type is basically the send case function in Selenium, right? That's it. So we are giving our own name here as a type. Now where I have to type, of course I can type in any of the web element, correct? So I'll just receive that as an argument here. So web element, and I'll just name this like a element. Okay, and what we are going to type, we are going to type something that is going to be of course of string, right? So string, and I'm going to say text. Okay, now let's write the code for it. So I'm going to say element dot send keys, and what is the text we are going to receive, we are going to pass it. That's it, very simple. Now just in case if you are interested on the logger or the reports, we will write sysout as of now. Maybe we will change that in the later on stages. Okay, so I'm going to say sysout. Okay, instead of sysout, what we can do is we can say something like log, and then we can print the text. Okay, and for example let me show you. So I'm going to say public void log, and then I'm going to say string um, message. Okay, I'm going to say message. Okay, and within this we are going to write the sysout statement. Why we are doing like this? Very simple. I will call this function now here. Okay, I will just call this function here now, and later on stages I can just go and change this behavior of the functions. That means instead of sysout, I can just bring up my extend report, or any of the reporters, hardware report or log or anything, right? So I don't need to change that time the everything. Instead of that, I can just change the change within the function. That is pretty much enough, right? So I hope you got this idea. This is how framework should be built. Okay, okay, and here I'm going to say like we are going to use some concatenation. The and we are going to say text, that is the value. Okay, I'm going to say like the value, I mean, sorry for my spelling, the value is this value, and let's add one more string concatenation, and here I'm going to say typed successfully. Okay, type, just that is fine. Okay, so the value is whatever the value you are going to get is typed successfully. The value is typed, the value is typed. Okay, we have to say something like this. Sorry for my bad English, but you got the idea, right? So the value, what are the value you are going to get is typed. Okay, that's it. So we have written our first reusable function. Now let's go and run the second one. Okay, so it's going to be exactly same, but we know that Selenium always do the append, right? So if you go and check this input code here, we use this one, right? So it basically appended, but sometimes we don't want to append, rather we have to clear and type, right? So we have to clear and type. So here I'm going to say clear and type. Okay, and the code is going to be exactly same, only one difference. First we are going to do the clear, right? So element dot clear. Okay, and here we can change the logs, like the value is cleared and then is typed. Okay, and then is typed. Okay, that's it. So just something, if you are able to understand, that is pretty much fine. Okay, and you can use control A, control I to align the code. Okay, that's it. So we have written two functions as of now, that is fine. Okay, let's go and write one more as well. So here we are, what we are doing, we are checking the keys enabled, we are trying to read the values. Okay, um, okay, let's do that. So it's anyway it's a long video, so we can do that. Okay, so public, and we have to check the return type, right? So I mean, if it's enabled or disabled, we have to do the assert, right? So I will just say like assert, I mean, as of now we'll just return void. Actually it should be of return, I mean boolean type, and we are going to say assert is assert display. Okay, so I'm going to say assert display, or I call can also say like is displayed. Okay, so that is fine. So is displayed. Okay, and of course we should have the return type here, return, and we are going to say which element, right? So we need an element so that we can check the return type. So I'm going to say return element is displayed. Okay, so that's it, pretty much fine. And return, what is the spelling, return URL, yeah. So return element is displayed, and just remove this one. Yeah, okay, so this is the function. Now you might ask me, Kaushik, this is displayed function, we can, this one line we can call there itself, why you are writing as a uh, reusable function, right? It makes sense, but as I said earlier, within the functions I can write a code to take the screenshot, or I can write the code to enable the logger, so it will help me, right? If I call only like web element dot is displayed, that's going to return me only the boolean type. But instead of that, if I call like base dot is displayed, like here we have a class name like Selenium base, the object name dot is displayed, that can be help to call the actual work is displayed. Of course it's going to return the boolean type. Other than that, I can write a code to take the screenshot, I can enable my loggers. So that is the difference between framework and using the APIs, library functions. Okay, okay, so as of now this is fine. Lastly, we are just going to write one more function to check whether it's read only, right? So I can copy the same here, I can copy paste, and I can change this like is read only. Okay, so how do you check it's read only or not? So basically we have to get the attribute, right? So here it's like the web element, and then we have to say like get attribute of read only. So I'm going to copy this guy, and in our base class we'll say like get attribute of read only, and it should return was what, it should return as the true, right? So that will be actually returning in the format of string, so I can say like string true, I mean string is read. Okay, and then I can check, right? So if is read, dot equals, you should not use double equals, it's a string, so you should use double equals, and that's going to be true in case it's true. So if I go to the console, you can see it's going to return as true, right? So if it's going to be returned true, then I'm going to say return true. Okay, else what? Else false, of course, right? So I can say else return false. That's very simple. We are done with this, right? So here you can see we are trying to get the web element in the runtime. Based on that element, we are going to read the attribute, get the attribute of read only. So if it's read only, then we'll just check like whether it's true or false. If it's true, then we'll return the true, or else we'll return the false. That's it, pretty much simple. Control A, Control I to align your code. Okay. So now we learned in the chapter 5, we learned like how to interact with the inputs, different types of inputs, and based on the same learning we have also learned like how to create a base class. Okay, so that's it, pretty much done. I will see you in the next chapter. In this chapter we are going to see how to interact with different types of button using Selenium. So I'm going to use our same application letcode.in, and here we are going to use this page called letcode.in/buttons, and where we have like plenty of options. So I'm going to copy the URL first, and here I'm going to say driver dot get, and I'm going to pass the URL. Okay, and we are going to skip this as of now because it says like we have to click on this to go to the home page and we have to come back. That is driver navigation commands. We will see that in the next chapter. Okay, so here let's go back. So here you can see get the X and Y coordination. So if you have a button and if you want to get the coordination, that means like where the button is placed. So what we can do is we can get the location, we can query the location. Let us see how to do that. So I'm going to inspect as usual, and that's going to have a ID called position. So I'm just going to copy that, and here we are going to say driver dot find element by ID, and it's going to return me the web element, right? So I can use Ctrl to L to store that, and I'm going to name it like btn1 as of now. Okay, now let's maximize this one, and here I'm going to say btn1 dot we have a functions called get location, not the position, get location. So get location is going to return us the location. Okay, so here I can say Ctrl to L, and you can see the location is basically returning us the point. So let's try to print the point and let's see what it's going to give us. Okay, so I'm going to say sysout, and I'm going to print the object. Okay, so the location, and once we are done with this, we'll also quit the driver so that we can save our memory. Now let's go and run this. If you are learning, you don't have to use the driver.quit very often because you have to see like what is happening in the browser. But I'm doing the recording continuously, so it might affect my RAM. So that is the reason I'm using the quit always. Okay, just a precaution. I don't want to dump or slow my system. Okay. Okay, things apart, you can see that we got the location, and that's going to be 56 372. That means it is the location of that particular element. When we will use that, I will show you in another lecture. Okay, so we are done with the first one. Let's go and see. So here it says like what is the color of this button, right? So interesting. What is the color? The color is basically like kind of maroon, I think, or reddish, we can say. Let's find it out. Okay, so I'm going to use the ID and let's store that. Okay, so of course you should write before the quit, not after the quit. So let's have some spaces here. Okay, and it's going to color, and it's going to get the position. I can say like location. Okay, and here I'm going to say driver dot find element by ID, the value, and that's going to return me a web element. I can say like btn2 maybe, and then based on the btn2 I'm going to use the get css value. Okay, and here we have to get the color. Get css value, it is basically used to get all the css value. How to identify? For example, if I click on this element and if I click on this styles, you can see that it has a background color, and that is this color, right? So if I go and copy this one background color, so that's going to return me a string. Okay, I can name it like color. Okay, and then I can print it out. But you have to remember one thing, this get css value, it's not going to return you the actual color. rather it will return the RGBA in the sense red, green, blue, and A stands for alpha, basically the transparency. Okay, alpha means transparency. For example, if I click on this one, you can see that in the Chrome we have options like if I click on this hex or if I click on this RGB, you can see it's 138, 77, 118 and 1, right? So let's see what we are going to get. So I'm going to right click and run as Java application. And we got exactly the same, right? So we have 138, 77, 1 on 8, and the transparency is basically 1 in the sense no transparency. If I make it as a 0, why I'm doing this is not the CSS. Anyway, just to make you understand, right? So here 0, and you can see we do not have anything because the transparency is 0. So if I make it 5, you can see like half transparency, sorry, not half, not 5, it should be 0.5. So it's basically from 0 to 1. In that scale it works. Okay, anyway, so that's different things. Okay, let's go to the next test. So here you can see we have to find the height and width. Okay, let me close it up. We have to find the height and width of this particular button. Okay, so it says like how tall and fat I am. Okay, let's go and find. So we can use the let XPath to get the ID, and here we can say like width and height. Okay, and so what is the spelling of height? H-E-I. Yeah, so driver dot find element by ID, and that's going to return me web element. From there I'm going to use the get um, rect. So get rect will give you the height and the width, I believe. So let's store that in a object called rect, and rectangle is, by the way, an interface, I think. No, it's a class. Okay, so rectangle is a class, and from the rect I can use the height to get the height and width to get the width. Okay, also we have a functions like get height and get width. So I can say like get height to get the height, and I can say rect dot get width to get the width. Okay, and then I can just do the sysout. So I can say like sysout height, my tall, basically how tall I am. That's going to be your height, and then I'm going to say how fat I am. So how fat I am, that's going to be your width, right? So now let's go and check the height and height and width or tall and fat of that particular button, and that's going to be 40 comma, so 40 inch tall, not inch, I'm sorry, 40 pixels and 914 pixels of width. Okay, so that's it, pretty much done. Now let's go and check whether we have something else. Yes, we have to check like confirm button is disabled. So that is already we discussed in our previous chapter, in the chapter 5. We have a function called is enabled, right? So we can check the same. So let me show you that quickly. um, so I'm going to say driver dot find element by ID, and the ID value is this, and we are going to check is enabled. Okay, we have three functions: is enabled, is selected, is displayed. We'll understand the differences in later on stages. As of now, just we'll focus on the is enabled. So if enable in the sense it will return us the true, boolean, true or false. So we'll just check. Okay, in this case what it should return, you know the answer, you can tell yourself. I'm just going to execute and show you the answer. False. Why false? Because of course we cannot do any interactions with that particular button because it is not clickable. In that case we are getting false. If it's clickable and if it's interactable, then of course it should be true. Okay, that's it. Cool, we are done with this particular chapter. Which chapter we are in? We are in chapter 6. Now as usual we are going to do the framework for this as well. Okay, so framework in the sense, of course we are going to create some reusable functions, right? So we are going to do the click actions basically. So we have click actions, right? So if you want to click on any button or any element, of course we need a click functions. So let's go and write a functions for that. Okay, so here I'm going to write public void click, and click on what? Click on a web element, right? So we are going to pass that here. I know we are not using this, but we are just keep on writing. Definitely we'll use it. I'll show you when we are going to do that. Okay. And here I'm going to say element dot click. Okay. So the first one is done. And mostly we don't use like this one, like we'll check case enable, that is fun, but get rect or get css value, maybe css values make sense. So if you have to check the colors, we can use that. Other than that, we don't use all this pretty much, mostly, but maybe when there is a need we can add in our framework. So I'll just go with the css value, and that is pretty much fine, I believe. Okay, as of now. Okay, so it depends on the project requirement, so we'll add later on. Now here I'm going to just say like public string get element color. I'm going to say get element color, and then it's going to ask me which element. So we'll pass like web element, and then we'll say the actual code, that is element dot get css value. And here we're going to say the property. Actually the property is what? The property is basically this one, right? So background color, I can copy that and I can paste over here, not here, within the double quotes, and that's going to return me a string. So I can store here and then I can return that, right? So return css value. Okay, that's it, pretty much done. Just in case if you want to add the log, we can say like log, and we can say the css value. Okay, and what we have within the log, we have within the log system dot println. So I can say like um, background color is, so I can just copy it here, background color is this one. Okay, not equals, it should be plus. Okay, okay, fine. So we have added our logs, that's right. And here also we can say same thing, like once we're done with the click action, I can say like log, and I can say like the element is click. Okay, so pretty much done. We have written 3 functions in the chapter 6. Let's move to the next. I mean, we have written 2 functions. That is pretty much cool for this chapter. Okay, so let's go to the next chapter. In this chapter, we are going to see how to interact with different types of dropdowns. So when I say dropdowns, we have to understand one thing. There are 2 kinds of dropdowns in the UI level. The one which basic the default HTML style. For example, if I go and inspect this drop down, you can see that every options, right? So we have a select, and within the select we have all the options. So this is the actual drop down. So when there is a tag or element tag called select, and within that if you are able to see something called options, that is the actual drop down. But in most of the time, if you take any of the modern website like the Bootstrap or Angular, if I go and show you example, for example, uh, this one, right? For example, if you go to this one, it looks exactly like your drop down, right? So if I click on this, it's going to bring up all the other elements, or else I can show you another one. Like here we have this gender. So if I click on this, you can see it's giving us male or female, right? But if I go and inspect this particular element, you can see that it is not within the select tag, rather it is within the div tab, right? So in that case, we cannot handle the traditional way of using the select class from Selenium. Rather, what we have to do is we have to first click on this particular element, and then we have to click on this element. That is how we have to uh, do this kind of what we call that drop down. Okay, but we have a traditional way of handling the drop downs with the help of select class in Selenium, and we can do with the help of 3 methods. One is by the visible text. For example, if I click on this drop down, you can see that we have like apple, mango, orange, banana, and pineapple, correct? So that is what we are able to see within the options as well, right? So within the option tag and the closing of option tag, you can see that we have apple, orange, mango, apple, I mean pineapple, and banana, right? So these are visible text, and here you can see that for each and every options we have the value. So we can select based on the index, that is the position, or else visible text that we are able to see here, or the value that we have over here. Okay, so let's see how to interact with the different types of um, drop downs. Okay, so first of course we have to inspect this one. So this is the drop down. Why we are doing like this? In the sense, you can see that in this page we have like four number of drop downs. So first I have to say that I'm going to interact with this particular drop down, right? So here it says that select the apple using visible text. So right, so let's add a comment and we are going to do that. So first, if I go and inspect this select, it has id called fruits. I'm going to copy that, and here I'm going to say driver dot find element by id, and the id value is this. Now let me store that it in a web element as a fruits here. Okay, and then what I'm going to do, I will name this like fruits element. Okay, just to identify, and then we are going to call another class called select in Selenium that is used to handle all the drop downs. So here I can say like select, and okay, my bad, I have done a very bad thing here. Let me show you. So here you can see that the class name is select, that is coming from chapter 7. So chapter 7 is nothing but my package name, and there is already a class called select that is from the Selenium. So if you have the same class name, sometimes we can use it, but it is not recommended. So I'll just go and change this class name. Okay, so you can click on F2 on that file, and I'll just name like drop down. Okay, so why I'm doing this, because in Selenium also there is a class called select. I don't want to confuse my script, so I'm renaming this to drop down. Now here I can say select, and that is coming from org.openqa.selenium.support.ui. Okay, and here I'm going to say like fruits. Okay, so this is going to be my fruits drop down, and here we have to call the constructor. And if you notice, in the constructor we have to pass the web element that is already we have stored over here. Now why in the constructor it asking me for a web element? In the sense, very simple, we know that in a page we might have a number of drop downs. To specify to the script or to the select class which drop down we are going to interact, we are passing that as say web element. Now if you notice something here, in this class, in this constructor, we are passing web element. Did you see something anywhere in our code previously? Definitely you would have, right? So if I go to the base class, and if I go to any of the functions, you can see that we have used the web element everywhere in all the functions, right? They are passing in the constructor, we are passing in the method. That is the only difference, right? So now I believe at least you have an idea like how to use these functions, because we are writing the functions but we are not using it at any script, because once we learned all the basics we will definitely use this one. Okay, that's it. Okay, let's go. Now here I'm going to say fruits. Before that, let me show you what are the functions available within the select class. So if you click on this select, control plus click, you can see that it is a class and the name is select, and they have some given some description. If you want, you can read that. And if you give control O, you can see all the methods that are present within that particular class. The red color we cannot access, the green color we can access. So here you can see that we have the constructor first, then we have get wrapped element, then is multiple, get options. I will show you one by one. So what are the functions we can use, we mostly used, I'm going to show you all that. Okay, fine, cool. Now let's go and select. So we are going to use the visible text function. So here I'm going to say fruits dot select by visible text. So you can see for selection we have three functions. One is index, one is value, another one is the visible text. And to deselect we have same deselect by index, deselect by value, or deselect by visible text. Okay, so let's go with the first one. So select by visible text, and the text I am interested is basically banana. So let me copy and paste over here, and I'm going to run this. So I have disabled my or commented this driver.quit because I want to show you the output. Okay, so right click, run as Java application. And here you can see that it selected the banana. Also we got some notification over in the UI. If you want, of course you can do the validations, right? Validations we'll see that maybe in later on stages. So as of now it's fine. Okay, so banana it's selected. Okay, now let's go and select now let's go and do the next one. So here you can see select your heroes, not a hero. That means this is multiple. I can select multiple guys, right? So I can select Ant-Man, Aquaman, the Avengers, the Batman. I can select multiple guys. Now how to know if it supports, if that drop down supports multiple selection? Because if you go here, I can either select mango or the banana. I cannot select multiple, but in this drop down I can select multiple. So if I give control click, that means I can select multiple. How to identify that? So first of all, we'll see whether it's a drop down or not. For that, we have to check the tag name. Of course, it's a select, it's a drop down. And here we have a property called multiple. That means it supports multiple selection as well. And it has id called superheroes. So let us find that one first, right? So I'm going to comment it out as of now. And I'm going to say driver dot find element by id. And I'm going to show that in a web element called heroes dd instance drop down, or we can name it like element. And let me expand this one. Yeah, and then again we are going to create the select, right? So I'm just going to copy this guy, paste over here, and here we'll pass this guy. Okay, so select, you'll name it like heroes maybe. Yeah, heroes equal to new select, and heroes element we have passed that, right? Now first we'll check whether it's a multiple or not, right? So here we can see like check multiple. Okay, so we're going to say heroes dot is multiple. That's going to return me a boolean, so either you can go with true or false. And here I'm going to say sys out, and I'm going to say multiple. Okay, so if it's going to return me true, that means it can accept multiple selection. If it's going to return me false, that means of course we cannot do it. Okay, so it's true, of course we can do it. Let's go and check for this one, right? So for the previous one, so let's go, and here I'm going to uncomment this one, and here I'm going to say sys out fruits dot is multiple. Okay, so we are expecting false here and we are expecting true here, right? So let's go and run. Before that, let me quit my browser this time because we are not interested on the output. So right click, run as Java application. Okay, so the first one is false because that is not going to allow us to select multiple. Second one is true because that's going to allow us to select multiple. Okay, now I'll do the multiple selection, right? So here I'm going to say driver dot, not driver dot. Here I'm going to say heroes. I'm going to select by index. So select by index, and I will pass like randomly two. So whatever there in the second position, that's going to be selected. And then I'm going to say another one. So heroes dot select by value, just to show you like value. So let's go and inspect, right? So I'm selecting the second by index. Second in the sense, this is my 0, this is my 1, this is my 2. So Avengers will get selected. And then I want to select the let's say that I want to select Captain America. So the value is CA. So I'm just going to copy and paste over here. And also I'm going to select my favorite guy Ant-Man. So I'm going to select that based on the visible text. So we are going to perform all the selections based on different actions, different functions. Okay. Now let's comment this one because I want to show you what I'm going to select. So let's go and run this now. Okay, so here you can see it got selected the Avenger, and if I scroll down, you can see Captain America is also selected, and if I scroll down, and that's going to Iron Man. Don't worry, here the message says only Avengers because I built this website. I know I do not know that much to how to get all the selected values, so it's showing only the first selected values. Sorry for that, but in the UI level, you can see that it's got selected. Now, just in case if you want to know like what are the things has been selected, we have options for that. Let me show you that as well, right? So here I'm going to say, after all the selections, I'm going to say heroes dot get all selected options, and that's going to return me list of web element. I believe you know what is list set. So based on that, I'm going to continue now. Okay, and it's going to say like all selected options. So I'm going to use the for each here, and from the all selected options we'll get one web element at a time. So I'll just name it like one hero here, and then I'm going to sys out hero dot get text. So to get the text from there, not tag name, get text. Okay, let me run this now, and also I'm going to use the quit so that the browser will get closed automatically. Okay, and we'll close the existing browser. Let's go and run this now. List is very simple concept. It allows duplicates, and basically it maintains the order, whereas set doesn't allow duplicates and doesn't maintain the order based on the implementing class. Okay, I believe you already know. If you don't know, just do let me know. I will try my best to make a separate video on that. Okay, so here you can see we got the Avengers, the Captain America, and my favorite Iron Man as well. Okay, so in this way we can get all the selected options as well. Okay, so we are pretty much done for the these two examples. Now go and select. It says that select the last programming language and print all the options. I will just leave this for you for your assignment. You can do based on the practice like this. So let's not waste time. So I believe you got the options like get selected options is basically used to get all the selections option. Now there is a favorite interview questions like how to print. For example, here like select India using value and print the selected value. So we have to print the selected value. How to do that? Okay. So let me show you this one. I think that is pretty much enough. So here we have a id called country, so let me copy that, and here I'm going to say driver dot find element by id, and the value I'm going to store it as a web element as country element, and I'm going to call the select. So here um, I will just create a new object. Of course I can use the reuse, I can reuse the object as well, but we are going to create a new object. Okay, reuse in the sense we have to again call the constructor, and we have to change the locator. So we are creating the new one. Okay, so we'll say like country equal to new select, and here we pass our country element. Okay, then I'm going to select based on the value. So we have a value of India, I believe. So yeah, we have a value of India, so I'll just select. So country dot select by value, sorry, not index, select by value, and the value is this one. Okay, and then we are going to get the first selected option text, right? So here I can say again country dot get first selected options. Like here we are using get all selected options because it's multiple, and here we are getting the first selected options because it's suppose only one, and that's going to return me a web element. Like I can say like selected country, something like that, and from there of course we have to get use the function called get text to retrieve the text. Okay, so I'm going to say sys out this one dot get text. So get attribute is used to get the attribute values. For example, if you have input and you want to get some value of the attribute, you can use get attribute. Get text in the sense whatever we are seeing there in the visible. Okay, so that is what get text. Now let's go and run this. Before that, yeah, quit is there, so no problem. So it will run quit, and we can see the console to check the output, right? So here you can see we are getting idea. Sorry for that, not idea. We are getting India because that is what we selected, right? Okay. It's been a while. I'm talking too much, so that is the reason. Nothing else. Okay. So I believe you understood about all the functions of the drop down. Other than that, what we have is we have the like a deselect. For example, let's say that I have selected the index by 2 and I want to do the deselect. Okay, so I will say deselect. That means whatever the value it's selected, it will deselect. So here in the first time, like if I go and show you the console, you can see that it selected the Avenger, that is in the second position. But now when I try to print it, it will not show the Avenger because we have deselected. Okay, so let me right click and run and show you once again. Okay, so this time we don't have the Avengers because that is selected and then deselected. Okay, so that is what select class all we don't have anything other than that. So it's very simple. We can select a drop down, we can deselect a drop down, we can get the first selected options, or else we can get all the selected options. Now to select, we have three functions: get selected, get select by visible text, select by index, select by value. And then to deselect, we have all the three functions: deselect by index, deselect by values, deselect by visible text. Okay, now based on this, we are going to create a reusable function. Okay, so mostly we use select, not the deselect. Mostly depends on the test case again. So we are going to see how to write the for the select class. Okay, and of course we should write a documentation. That is what I recommended when we are going to build a framework. I am skipping as of now, but maybe in some point in some lecture I will try to show you how to add a documentation as well. Okay, now let's go and write our first function to select by visible text. Okay, we'll just name it very simple. So I will say like public void select text. Okay, so we'll just name it like select text. And then we'll write one more function. So I will say like public void select index, and this one. And also we'll write, let's write for the value as well. Okay, so select value. So value, we'll just rename this like value. Okay, that's it, pretty much done. Now of course all the three places we have to pass the web element, right? So first definitely we need a web element. So web element comma visible text, right? So that's going to be of string type. So string visible text. Okay, and here for the index, we need the web element for sure, and then we need the index. That is going to be index, right? So int I or index, whatever you feel good. Okay, and for the select value, what we need, for the select value we need the value, right? So we'll say string value. That's it, pretty much code. And here we are getting error because we have one extra e. We'll remove that. Okay, now let's write the actual code. So here I'm going to say new select. So I'm just calling the constructor directly without creating an object. And here I'm going to say dot select by visible text, and the text whatever you're going to get, right? And if you want, we can add a log here, and is selected, we can say like not this one. So yeah, okay, we can say like is selected, and then followed by the text whatever we are passing. Okay, now just in case, let's say that we have to confirm whether it's selected or not, right? So in that case we can create the object here. So we can say like control to L select, and then I can say like select dot visible text. And after that, what we have to do, we have to select dot get first selected options, and we can store that here, selected one selected option. And then I can write a if condition here, right? So I can say like if selected option dot equals the visible text, then I can say like is success, like it's like your success only. It's okay. Selected options dot get text, we have to use dot get text. So we'll retrieve the text from the selected options, and we'll check the visible text. So if it's selected, then it's fine. Else what we can say is we can say like visible text not found, select choice is wrong, something like that. Okay, we can say like option is not there. Okay, option is not there. Okay, so I hope you understood what I did. Just let me give you a quick recap. So first we are creating select equal to new select, and then we are saying select by visible text, and once we select that one, we are trying to get the first selected options, and we are using the get text to retrieve the text, and we are checking with whatever the value we are passing. So if that is going to be true, in that case it will say like is selected. Okay, else what will happen, else in the sense it will say like option is not there. But my bad, if the visible text here itself is wrong, then it will not even do the selection. It will throw you error. Okay. So here you can say it will say like no such element exception. There is no matching elements found. Okay. So this is useless. So okay, maybe this is for your positive scenario. If it's negative, it's going to be different. We can use the try catch. We'll re-enhance this code. Okay, so I'll just write to do here. So to do, and I can say like enhance it later. Okay, so enhance it later. To do is really cool. So this to do in VS Code we have something like to do tree. That means from the to do tree I can just one click and I can see like wherever I have given all the to dos. Okay, that's different, but let us talk in different video. Okay. Okay, so we'll just enhance it later as of now, so that's fine. Okay, now same for the index as well as value. So I will make this to do for you. Okay, you have to complete it. Okay, so I don't want to make you feel like spoon feeding everything, so I'll just at least I can give you 2 or 3 to dos so you can also practice. Okay. Okay, so done. We are pretty much done with the drop down and also the base class. So we have completed chapter 7 so far. We'll see you in the next one very soon. In this chapter, we are going to see how to interact with the different types of alert. In JavaScript, we have 3 types of alert. One is the simple alert. For example, if I click on the simple alert, you can see that we got this alert like letcode.in says, and it says, hey, welcome to letcode. And we can click on the OK. And then we have this confirm alert in the sense we can have alert with 2 buttons, either what it can be OK or the cancel. And then we have the prompt alert in the sense like here it says like enter your name, so we can give some input into this particular buttons. So we have only 3 types of alerts in Selenium. I mean in JavaScript we have like simple alert, confirm alert and the prompt alert. And apart from this, in modern websites, we have something called sweet alert. For example, if I click on this one, here you can see that it seems like an alert, but this is not an alert. This is just an web element. So we can click on this web element and we can perform like dot click action to click on that. So that will disappear. Now, how to identify whether it's a JavaScript alert, window alert, or the sweet alert? So if I say sweet alert, we can see that we are able to right click and we are able to do inspect and we can find this web element. But when we have a JavaScript alert like this, if I try to do right click, actually I'm clicking, but nothing is happening. So you cannot do any of the interactions. So that is what the JavaScript alert. And apart from, we have also the Windows alert. For example, browser alert, not the Windows. It's like browser alert. For example, if I go to Myntra.com, as soon as I reach the website, it is going to ask me like whether you want to share your location or not. For example, here sometimes it's pop up, not this time it's popping up. So if I just scroll down, maybe it will appear something like that. Or if I check some product, maybe. Okay, now I'm not able to see this, but sometimes here in this particular location, you will be able to see something like um, it's asking to share location. Do you want to give permissions like that? So in that case, of course, we can. Um, so that kind of alerts are basically known as browser alerts. We can handle that, but not with the help of alert interface. Okay, and also we have something like the internet. If I go to this, the internet. Sorry, not this one. Come on. Yeah, if I go website like this, and here we have something like digest authentications. So these are known as Windows authentication or the browser authentication. So if I click on this, it is going to ask me username and the password, then 2 buttons. So this is not your JavaScript alert. We cannot handle this kind of alert using Selenium directly. Indirect ways possible. Even I have a video for that. I will just leave somewhere description here. I mean card here. You can check it out. Okay. Okay, now let's see how to interact with all these alerts and handle in the Selenium. Okay, so first we'll copy this URL letcode.in/alert, and already I have pasted in my code in my script. Okay, and then I'm going to first click on that particular simple alert, right? So I'm going to right click and inspect. And here if I go to this let XPath, and basically it has all these snippet types as well, so I can use the click function to click, and I can go to the settings. I can select my appropriate the language as Selenium Java. Okay, I'm going to use the Selenium Java here, and then if I go and say like click, so it's going to give me the syntax. Okay, so I'm going to say this one. Okay, now if you notice something here, it says like driver.find element, and within that it says like by.id. So we'll find the difference between using by.id, and in our previous script if you see we have used like driver.find element by id. So there is a difference, so we'll talk about that in the upcoming lectures. Okay, so first one, I'm going to do the click action here. So as soon as I click, it's going to bring up the terminal. I mean the alert, not the terminal. It is going to bring up the alert. Let's see how to handle that. So as I said, like I cannot inspect, right? So if I even if I mouse over and go, I cannot do the inspection on the alert. So how do you handle that is very simple. So if you remember in one of our chapter, we have talked something like switch to active element, right? So similarly here we are going to use the switch function. So for that the syntax is very simple. So I'm going to do the accept here, right? So I'm going to do the accept. So I have to say divert dot switch to dot alert, and I'm going to say accept. Okay, so this is going to accept the alert. Okay, so let me right click. Okay, so it as soon as I accept, it will get disappeared, but also I want to get the text from that alert, right? So if I click on the simple alert, you can see that it says like welcome to let come. That should be let code actually. Anyways, okay, so it says like here welcome to let come. So we have to take this text. I can take this text, not this one. So letCode.in says is basically the function from the browsers, options from the browsers, not the actual implementation of this page. Okay, so I can take only this text, not this text. So I'm going to get the text. So for that, what we can do is I can say like driver dot switch to alert basically. So alert is basically going to return me the alert interface. Now from there I can say like alert dot get text, that is going to return me the text in a string format. So I can sys out that, and then again I can say like alert dot accept. So that means I'm going to accept that particular alert as well. Okay, both are same syntax. So what we did here is we have stored the reference here as an alert interface as the alert reference name here, and based on the reference we are using the get text, we are accepting, or else just to accept you can use the syntax as well. Okay, so pretty cool. Now let's go and run. Before that we'll just quit. Okay, so we'll just say like quit dot quit. Okay, now let me control F11 to run the script. Let me run and show you. So here you can see it was very quick actually. So but we got the text, hey welcome to let come. It should be LetCode, but unfortunately I have done some spelling mistake I believe. Anyways, we know like how to handle the alert. Now let's also see how to dismiss the alert, right? So here we are doing the accept. Okay, now let's go and click on this confirm alert. So I'm going to inspect this one, and let's click that one particularly. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to do the dismiss here. So dismiss in the sense it will click on the cancel button basically, and this guy will click on the OK button. Okay, so it's going to click on the OK button. Okay, so it's very same syntax. So I can use the same alert reference, and I can say like alert, not this one, sorry for that. So I can say like alert dot dismiss. I can take the same reference because alert is same, right? So I can take the same reference. Okay, let me go and click. Before that, just to make sure, are you happy with LetCode? We are going to print this title as well. Okay, so as soon as I click, I will get a alert. So then I will say like alert dot get text. Okay, so here we are expecting like, are you happy with the LetCode? If you are happy, do let me know in the comments. Okay, just a marketing. Okay, so here you can see, are you happy with the LetCode? So we got both the text and it clicked the dismiss. Unfortunately, we cannot see that, but it have clicked. Okay, and then what we are going to do, we are going to type in alert. Right, we are going to type in alert. For that, we have the same send case, but this time send case is going to come from your alert, not from the web element. Okay, so let me go. Okay, let's go and click on this prompt alert, and here we have a ID called prompt. So I can just use the snippet type here, and here I can say like I want to type in the alert, right? So I can say like alert dot send keys, and then I can type something. So I will just type my name here, Kaushik. And remember one thing, as soon as we type something, like when the in the script, when it's going to type something like this, it's not going to actually visible to us, so we cannot see that, but it will just do something like injection technique that will be typed. Okay, but like if I click on this okay, we have something like your name is something something. So we can, if you want to validate, we can validate based on the UI. Okay, but unfortunately we cannot see like what is typing in the text box of an alert. In normal text box, of course we can see, but in the alert we cannot see that. Okay, okay, fine. So let me just say like alert dot accept. Okay, that is fine. Let's go and run this now. Okay, and okay, I have closed the browser, so that is the reason we are not able to see. So just to confirm like alert has been typed or not, I mean the text is typed in the alert or not, we'll just quit the uh, comment the quit, and here you can see type like Kaushik. Okay, so we can confirm that it's working. Okay, fine. Now we have to remember one thing, like there is an alert, so we are trying to handle it. That's pretty much fine. But what will happen if there is no alert? For example, let's say that we are clicking on the accept button, then we are switching to the alert, right? But let's say that I forgot to click on the accept button. Okay, that means I forgot to click on the simple alert, so there is no alert, but still I'm trying to switch to the alert. In this case, what should happen? Let us see. Okay, so there are two exceptions we can expect from the alert interface. So one is the no such alert exception, and in another one is the unhandled alert exception. For example, now we got like no such alert exception. So here you can see no alert present exception, and the message is like no such alert. Okay, so this is the exception name and this is the exception message. Okay, no alert present exception, in the sense there is no alert, but still we are trying to handle it. So that is what we have meant here. Okay, one more scenario could be there is an alert, but we are not trying to handle that, rather we are trying to click on the next element, right? So in that case also we'll get the exception. What is the exception? Let me show you. Okay, here where we are getting error, so we'll just comment everything and let's run this again. So as soon as click on the first button, it is going to give me the alert. I'm not handling that, right? So I'm not handling that, and then I'm trying to do something else. So in that case, it will give me error like unhandled alert exception. There is an alert opened, and if you didn't handle that, in that scenario, you will get only two exception. One is no alert present exception, and another one is the unhandled alert exception. Okay, so remember those two exceptions as well. That will definitely help you. Okay, okay, cool. So we are done with the alert class, I mean alert learning as well. Now as I said, like alert is an interface. This alert is an interface. If there is an interface, definitely there will be a class where actual implementation is written, and the actual implementation written in this case is basically your class name called a remote alert. Okay, so how to check that? You can select that and you can click F4. F4 will give you the classes that are implemented by this particular interface. So we have one is the event firing and another one is the remote alert. Remote alert is what we mainly use, but event firing is also a great thing to learn. Maybe we'll see that in probably in any different series, not this lecture, maybe not this entire video, entire course video, maybe in some another, like what is event fire in Selenium. Okay, okay, cool. So as usual, based on this we'll try to build our framework, the base framework. So we'll just go to our Selenium base, and here we are going to handle the scenarios for the alert. Okay, so first one is very simple. We are going to do the accept, right? So we'll say like public void accept alert. Okay, and syntax is very same. We are going to say driver dot switch to dot alert, and we'll store it in a reference variable like alert, and then we are going to say just to get the text, we'll use the log, and we'll say like uh, alert text as and we'll say alert dot get text. Okay, and we have to accept, so of course the function name is going to be alert dot accept, right? So alert dot accept. Similarly, we can write for dismiss as well. So copy, paste, just change this accept to dismiss, and then we can make this like dismiss. And one more thing you have to remember, whenever we handle anything related to alert, we cannot take the screenshot. Okay, so for example, as soon as I click on the button, the I'm trying to take the screenshot, but there is an alert, it will end up with an exception. Okay, so that is not possible. And then we are going to say one more function like type in alert. Okay, we are going to say type in alert. So type in alert. Okay, so what we have to, instead of get text, I mean here we have to say like a send case, and then we have to pass the text that we want to type, and that will receive as a argument here. Okay, that's it, pretty much cool. We are done for this particular alert series lecture basically, right? So see you in the next lecture very soon. In this chapter, we are going to see how to handle different types of frames. So handling frame is very easy in Selenium. We have a function called switch2.frame, and within the frame, we have to pass three arguments. It can be any of them. For example, we can pass the index, that is based on the integer, and then web element, and then we can pass the ID or the name. Let's see in detail. So for example, I'm going to take our LetCode application, and if I go within the practice session, and here we have a frame. Now if I go inside that, we can see that we have this particular page here, right? So enter first name, enter last name, and then also we have like enter event. So this is within one frame, and this element is within another frame. Now how to identify whether the element is within frame or not is very simple. Once I do the right click, here you can see that it says like view frame source. That means this particular portion is within the frame. If I do the same on the right hand side, you can see we do not have anything called view frame source. We have page source. Page source is like the different from the frame source. So if I mouse over, I mean do the context click or the right click here, you can see that we have options like view frame source, right? That is one of the way to identify even without checking the inspect the Chrome DevTool console. But of course we have to inspect and check because there might be one or multiple frames. In my scenario, if I go and type /iframe, here you can see that I have almost like 23 frames in this particular page. So it will be not a good idea to um, just switching like 0 or 1 or maybe based on something. We should not switch. We have to inspect, we have to check how many number of iframes are there, then we have to probably use. Okay, in my case, the first one is this particular frame where I have like SRC of frame UI, the ID and name both are same, the first frame, right? And then let's say we have multiple frames, right? So how do I say this is the first frame, right? So if I go and inspect this particular element, and from the element, if I move little upwards, you can see that we have another HTML tag, right? So the web pages, basically how the HTML is designed is basically with the HTML tag. And if you are saying HTML within HTML, that is frame. How to confirm that? It's very simple. The second HTML tag will be within the iframe tag. So there are two frames, one is iframe and another one is the frame. There is just some few differences based on the HTML perspective, but most of the applications nowadays are iframe only. However, if you see iframe or a frame, the concept of handling frames in Selenium is going to be very same. Okay, now let's see how to handle this. Before that, let me show you one thing. Here we have the input name equal to f name, right? So I'm just going to copy the name value here, and I'm going to say driver dot find element by name, and I'm going to pass the value, and I'm going to say dot send keys and then followed by my name here, right? Now let's try to run this. Let's see what happens. Okay, so I'm going to right click, run as Java application. Sorry for that. So before that, I have to of course go to the frames and I have to pass this URL, right? So I'll just copy that URL and I will paste in my driver.get, right? So let's go, and here I'm going to navigate to this one, right? Now let's go and run this once again. And here you can see that the name is not entered here. And if I go back to my console, you can see that we are going to get some exception like no such element. No such element exception in the sense we are passing some value and the value is not there. That is the no such element. But we know that that particular locator is correct here, right? The reason here is by default, Selenium always go and search for the main page. Okay, for example, here we have this MP, right? MP in the sense main page or the first initial page that is loaded in the browser. And within that, we have F1, frame 1. Now, I have to switch my context from the MP, that is main page, to the F1, that is the frame 1. Because within this frame only, I have my email, I mean the first name and the last name, right? So let's see how to switch. As I said earlier, we can switch in 3 different ways. Let me show you that. So I'm going to say driver dot switch to dot frame, and here you can see that we have index, name or ID, or even we can pass the web element. Which one is recommended to use? You can use anything, that doesn't really matter. But if you have a name or ID, that will be like unique in the web page, so you can go with that first. Okay, so let me copy the value from here, and it has a something called first fr, I think. Yeah, first fi. So here name and ID both are same, so I can copy any of them, so it should work fine. Okay, I'm going to just pass it as a string. That's it, very simple. Okay, now let's go and try to run this. Before that, I'm going to comment this so that we can see the output, right? Okay, and this time you can see that we have typed this one successfully, right? Now, we'll take the second scenario where we have to interact with the inner frame. So this is also another frame, right? So if I go and inspect, and here you can see that it is within the email, I mean input, where it has a name called email. And if I go up slightly, you can see that it has another HTML, right? So this is basically the HTML within the HTML. That means here is our main page. Within that, I have a frame 1, and within that, I have a F2. So how to move is basically from the main page, I cannot go directly to the frame 2. I have to go to the frame 1 first. Then from the frame 1, I have to go to the frame 2. Okay. Now let's go. So we are already in the frame 2. So what I mean, we are already in the frame 1. So what we can do is we can again say like driver dot switch to dot frame, and here I can pass the index as 0. Why I am passing index as 0? In the sense within that frame I have only one frame, so I'm just targeting the first frame here. Okay, and then I'm going to use the email. So driver dot find element by name, and then I'm going to say email, and then I'm going to say send case and some email. Okay, so mail at mail.com, something like that. Okay, now let's go and try to run this now. Okay, so here you can see the first name is typed, the email is also typed. Okay, now once I typed on it, let's say that I want to click on this particular button, that is refer to video, refer the video, right? So let's go and click on that, I mean inspect on that, and here I can use the XPath to grab the XPath. So let me just inspect in this browser. Okay, and here it has a unique tag name called button, so we can use the tag name as well. So let me copy just to make sure. You can say like double slash button, and it's a triple double slash, right? So here you can see that we have only one of one. So I'm going to show you how to use the tag name as well. So I'm just going to copy that, and here after entering the email, let me try to do this. Okay, so um, driver dot find element by tag name, we have something called tag name, and I'm going to say the click function here, right? This will fail definitely, but let me show you why it's going to fail or how to handle this one. Okay, yeah, let's see. Okay, so here you can see the name is typed, the email is typed, but after that it doesn't click. If the click has been happened, then it will go to this particular videos page, but it doesn't happen, right? The reason here is basically we are getting no such element, but we know that the element is there. Why? Because as I said earlier, if we have to interact anything within the frame, we have to switch to the frame. Similarly, if we have to interact anything outer other than the frame or the outer side of the frame, then from the frame again we have to switch our focus. For that we have two functions. Let me show you. So here if you see, this is our main page, right? So from the main page we have navigated to the frame, right? So from the main page we have navigated to the frame 1, and from the frame 1 we have navigated to the frame 2. Now if I have to come out from the frame 2 to the main page, I have a function called default content. Okay, so default content is the function name that is used to come from any of the nested frame to the main page directly. But if I have to move from frame 2 to the frame 1, then I have a function called parent frame. Okay, so parent frame. So I can use any of the functions based on my requirement. I hope this makes sense to you. Okay, let me show you the example. So this button is basically within the main page, right? So for that I can say like driver dot switch to dot parent frame. Sorry, not the parent frame, I have to say default content. Default content in the sense I will come out of all the nested frames. If I say parent frame, that means first from the frame inner frame I will come to this frame. From the frame again I have to say parent frame, then only it will go to the main page, right? But if I use default content, that means it will go out from all the nested frames. Okay, I'm not writing notes because I believe you are writing the notes. Okay, so let me show you by executing this. And here you can see that we are now on the videos page because the click is happened, right? So that's it, very pretty simple concept. Okay, now in this frame we'll get not two, we'll get only one exception. For example, let's say that I'm going to type something wrong here, and then if I try to execute, what will happen in the sense it will throw an exception as no such frame exception. Okay, let us see that. Okay, now if I go back to my Eclipse, you can see no such frame exception. So these are the exception we will get in Selenium when we are trying to deal anything with the frame. Okay, so let me clear it up here. Okay, so that's it. This is the very simple concept of frame. We can switch to frame, we can do whatever we want, and if we have to switch again within that, we have to switch. And to come out, we have two functions. One is the default content and another one is the parent frame. Default content in the sense will come out from all the nested. Parent in the sense it will just go one step above. Okay, I hope that makes sense to you. And as usual, we are going to create our base class for this as well. So if I go to my base package and within the Selenium base class, I'm going to write a function to handle the frame, right? So I will say like public and I don't need anything as a return type, so I will make it as void, and I will write a function like switch to frame, and I can write a overloaded function as well. So just in case if the interview asks like why do you use overloaded functions in your framework, you can say this one, right? Switch to frame, where I'm going to pass the same concept here as well as Selenium did. So I'm going to say int I, and then I'm going to say web element, and then I'm going to pass string name or id. Okay, so name or id, that's it, very simple. And within this code is very simple. Driver dot switch to frame, and where I will pass the I, right? And just for our knowledge, I mean just for to know that we have switched, I will just say like switch to frame correctly. Okay, so switch to the ith frame, right? So whatever we are going to pass, that one we will say. Okay, that's it. And then here also the same concept, nothing much here, so we'll just copy paste, and here we'll just pass the element, and here we'll pass the name or id. Okay, that's it, very neat and clean. And here we'll select switch to the frame, switch to the frame. Okay, and here also we'll say the same. Okay, okay, so that's it. Now you might ask me like, Kaushik, the same line we can call within the script itself, why we have to create a function and why we have to call? The reason is we can handle the exception. So once we learn the try catch, we'll implement all the try catch here. We can write a function to take a screenshot. So we can write a functions to call the logs, right? So that is the use of framework, the reusable functions. Okay, we'll see all the details in basic. I mean, we'll see all the examples in our upcoming lectures. So just stick with me. You will definitely learn it. Okay. So that's it for the frame. We'll meet again in the next chapter. In this chapter, we are going to learn how to do the UI validations using Selenium. For examples, we have three functions in Selenium like the isSelected, isEnabled and isDisplayed. We have already talked about isEnabled in our buttons as well as the text input videos, right? So in this video, we are going to explore more on isDisplayed and the isSelected. So isSelected is basically used to check like whether a checkbox is selected or not, a radio button is selected or not, kind of scenarios. For example, in our LetCode, we have this page called radio and checkbox. If I go inside that, you can see that we have few of the test cases. I will leave that to you because it's just a click operation, right? So even if it's a radio box or a checkbox or group of checkboxes, you have to use the click function to do the click action. Okay, so here you can see it is already selected, right? So find if the checkbox is selected or not. We are going to solve this one. Okay, so for that, of course, I have to navigate to that particular URL. So I'll just copy and paste over here. And then what we are going to do is we are going to find this particular checkbox. Now let's go and inspect this one first. So it has a label called checkbox, class called checkbox, and within that it has a like remember me, and it has a input basically, right? So all the checkboxes will be basically in the input only. Few of the stubs will be in the label as well. That's different, right? So yeah, anyways, so let's go and try to find the XPath here, and the XPath is going to be let's go to the label, right? So here we can see that we have a text called remember me, right? So I'm going to take the XPath for this. Okay, so let me copy and paste over here, and of course we are not going to do the click action, so let me end up with semicolon, and here you can see we are getting by. We have to import the by. Now to do the import, you can press Ctrl Shift O in Eclipse to do the automatic import. Okay, and we have lots of shortcut in Eclipse. I will try to make a separate video for that in our upcoming. So if you haven't subscribed yet, I will recommend you to subscribe. Okay, I'm going to use the Ctrl to L, and I'm going to say like remember just some variable name. Okay, and then what we are going to do is basically let me bring some space here. Yeah, so I'm going to check remember is selected. Let's see what it's going to give, right? So is selected, and this guy is going to return the boolean, not boolean, I mean, yeah, it's going to return me boolean. So sys out in the sense, of course, is going to print. So we are going to print the selected. That means it is already selected, right? So we are expecting true. If it's not selected, then it will be false. Okay, so let me run now. And here you can see that it is giving us false. Why false? Okay, it should be actually true only, but it's giving us false because we have taken the label, not the input. So we can check the state based on the input, not the label tag, right? So I'm going to copy and paste this URL, I mean XPath, not the URL. And from there, I'm just going to go to the input, right? So this is the correct XPath for that. Let me copy and paste over here, and let me execute this once again. Okay. Okay, now let me close this, and here you can see we are getting the true. Okay, so that is pretty much cool, right? So is selected in the sense it will tell you whether the element is selected or not. So if it's selected, it will give you true, otherwise it is going to be false. You can read it from the documentation as well. Okay, now other than that, we also have a function called is displayed, right? So for example, let's say that we have this refer the button, right? So I'm expecting this button to be displayed here, right? So is enabled in the sense it's going to check whether we can interact with that particular element or not. Is displayed in the sense it will just tell you like if the element is present within the page, right? Present in the sense there are two types of states. One is disabled, that is hidden, and another one is the visible state. Visible state in the sense that particular element will have some height and width. If the height and width is 0, then Selenium will consider it as a hidden element. Okay, so that will return the false. Now here we can see that we have a tag name called button, so I can use that. Let me just quickly use the LetText path, and we are not going to do the click, so let's remove and store it in a web element, and we just name this like btn or button, something like that, and we are going to directly sys out. So butn button dot is displayed. So we are expecting true. So let's go and run. Okay, let me close this browser, and here you can see again we got the true. Okay, so that's it, pretty much cool. So this is how we have to do the UI validations in the Selenium. Okay, so it's going to be very simple. Only three functions we have: is displayed, is enabled, is selected. I hope you understand all the three, and that is very much important in terms of interview as well as when we work in Selenium. Okay, so make sure you understand all the three. Okay, so based on this, of course, we can create a base class. So just it's going to be very simple. So we'll create another function here. So public void, and I can say like is displayed over here. We can say like is element displayed, and we have to pass the web element as a parameter here. And the return type should be boolean, not the void. Okay, so we'll just return element dot is displayed. Okay, and you can just use control 1 and you can change the method type to boolean. Okay, just for our understanding, we'll also type the log here. Element is displayed. Okay, so is displayed. So we can see actual the state. Okay, but here if you notice, the log is not allowing us to print because this is going to return me the boolean, and whereas this log function basically it's going to take the type as a string. So that is the reason we are getting this error. Okay, so how to fix it is very simple. We can do in few ways, I can say. So instead of string, I can change this to object. So whatever the data type we are going to get, we are going to print easily. Okay, so that makes sense here. We can change this into object. That's it. Very simple, right? Or else, if you don't want that, if you still want this to be a string, what you can do is you can do the concatenation. So we can do the concatenation. So here's like double quotes plus anything that's going to be string in Java, or mostly in any programming language. Okay, but I'll just go with object here because that's going to be good, because maybe in future we'll type different things. So instead of adding double quotes again and again, we can just pass the data as it is, and this object will take care of that. Okay, very cool. So we have completed our validations as well as the base, right? So we'll see again in the next chapter. In this chapter, we are going to see how to handle different types of tabs or the windows. Technically, tabs and the windows are both are same. Okay. For example, when I go to this letcode.in/windows, this is our main page. And if I click on this open home page, you can see that it's going to bring up another tab. So when it is stuck within the browser, we call it as tab. If I plug it out, it is known as a separate window, right? But technically both are same. So there is no differences. So if I click on this, now I have to navigate, and maybe I have to click the test practice from this particular page. Okay, not this page, the second page, right? So we are going to see how to handle that, and it's going to be very simple. In Selenium, we call it as window handling concept, right? So first of all, first thing first, of course, we have to go and inspect this guy, the open home page, and we are going to use let XPath as usual, and it has a ID called home. So we are going to do the click action. So let me use the click, and I'm going to copy paste, and that's it. Pretty much simple, right? Now once I click on that, of course it's going to return the new page, right? So how to handle the new page is very simple. We have a concept called driver dot switch to dot windows, and here we have to pass the window id. How do I know the window id? Of course we have to take it from the runtime, because the window id is going to be random or dynamic in for every execution. Okay, now we have a function called driver dot get window handles. So that's going to return me set of string. So what is the set? Set is basically doesn't maintain the order, as well as again it's based on the implementing class. In Selenium, what have they done is basically they have done like window hash set, what not linked hash set. So linked hash set in the sense it will maintain the order. Okay, and then of course we know that in set we do not have a function called get, but what we can do is we can create our list here, and of course import it from java.util, and we can make the generic as a string here, and then I can say like list, and I can say new array list, and within the constructor I can pass all the window handlers. That means what are the set objects we are getting, we are going to pass that within the list. Now I know that list will have probably the get function, so I can switch based on that. How? Let me show you. Before that, we'll just try to print the size. So this is going to return me the size, like the number of windows it opened. So I'm just going to print that. So number of windows, and then we'll just have the string concatenation. So we are expecting this to be switched, right? So I'm just going to comment this one as of now, and let's go and run this now. Okay, so the new tab is opened, and here you can see that we got number of windows equal to 2. Okay, now on the second window, what I'm going to do is, on the second window I'm going to click on this test practice, right? So let's go and inspect that one. So it will be within the link text, so I can just copy the text and I can pass as it is, right? But before that, of course, I have to switch to that newly opened window, right? So for that, we are going to use driver dot switch to window, and here we have to pass the string in the sense the window ID, right? So just in case if you want to know how the window ID look, I can do the for each here. So basically it's a string, so I can I mean list of string, so I will get one string at a time, and I will say this is like window ID, I can say something like that, and I can sys out it, right? So I can sys out. Okay, let me run this and show you how the window ID is going to be look. Okay, so let's see in the console, and here you can see that it says like cd window some value, right? So some long value actually. Okay, alpha numeric value. Okay, so this guy is basically gives that particular ID. Now based on the ID I have to switch, right? So I know that I have the first ID. First ID is basically my parent, and this is my secondary newly opened tab. So I can grab that ID and I can pass it over there, right? So how to do programmatically is very easy. We know that everything is within the list object. So here I can say like list, sorry for that. So I can say like list dot get of 0 or 1. So 0 is the first window, the parent main window, and 1 is the newly opened window. Okay, now once I navigate to the secondary child window, then I can say like driver dot find element by link text, and I can pass the test practice value, that is this one, the link text of that particular element, and of course I have to do the trim, and then I can say like dot click. Okay, that's it, pretty much cool. Now let's go back and run this. Let's see the output. So here you can see that the test practice out link has been clicked, and we are able to see this page, right? So if you want to confirm, you can just check the title or the URL. We haven't seen yet like how to verify the title or the URL. We will do that in the next chapter. Okay, that's it, pretty much cool. This is what window handling switch concept. Now let's say that I have switched to this and I have clicked the test practice site. Okay, after that I want to close this current tab. So what can I do is I can say like driver dot close. If you remember, already I have discussed the difference between close and the quit. So close in the sense it will close only the current active tab, not the entire browser. Just to confirm that, I'm going to run again and I'm going to show you. Okay, so the tab is opened and the close, right? Now if I have to close all the tabs, I can use the quit, right? So I can say driver dot quit. Can I use close and quit at the same time? Definitely, 100% you can use. There is no problem in that. Okay, and it is also advisable. So you can just close and quit, or else you use close. That in eventually that will close all the browser as well. Okay, so that's it. We are pretty much done for this one. So if you remember, you have to remember now. Just in case if I have to again interact with the parent window, then of course I have to use the syntax like driver dot this one. So driver dot switch to the parent frame, and here I have to pass the 0, right? So that is the thing you can do to come back to the parent frame, and from the parent frame as usual you find the element or do whatever the logic you have to perform. Okay, so now let's write a code to uh, handle in the base class, right? So I'm going to bring it down here and I'm going to write a function. Okay, so public and I will name this like switch to frame, not the frame, I'm going to say switch to window, and then I'm going to pass here int, so int I, okay, and this is going to be void here, okay. Why I'm passing int here, because if you noticed in the argument of this is to window is basically going to ask us the string, right? So here you can see it is basically asking the name or handle, that is string data type, but we are passing integer. The reason is within that we are going to use the same code like list.get, and list generic type is basically string, so if we get something from that it will return only the string, okay. I hope that makes sense to you, okay. Now let's copy the entire code, and I'm just going to paste over there. That's it, very simple. This is how we have to create the frameworks, basically the basic frameworks, not the advanced one. And this is not needed, so we'll just delete that code. That is just for learning. And here instead of 1 I will pass it like I, okay. So if you pass 1 it will go to the new open tab, if you pass 0 it will go to the parent window, okay. That's it, pretty much cool. Now just in case if you want to log something, you can say like switch to the switch to switch to the window switch to the window, something like that, okay. If you're understanding, that's fine, okay. That's it. We'll see in the next chapter very soon. In this chapter, we are going to see how to find multiple elements with the help of Selenium. For example, till now we have found only one element at a time, but there might be a situation where we have to handle multiple elements as well. Let me give you an example here. For example, in our LetCode website, we have already covered input button, select, alert, frames, radio button, window handling. Now we are going to focus on this find elements. So let me get into that. And of course, we'll copy the URL first and we'll replace it here. And then what I have to do is basically we have to type our GitHub username here. In my case, it's going to be Ottoni Casey. And if I click on the search, it is going to wait for some time, and then it is going to populate all the repository that I have. So I have almost like 42 repository, but by default it's showing only 30, and that is fine, okay. Now we are going to print all this 30 repository in our console. Now if I have to find one by one, that will definitely take much time, right? But I can find everything in a single shot, and I can do some action on that, okay. So let us see how to do that. So first we'll just inspect this guy. So right click and inspect, and we are going to use the XPath, and it has a unique tag name called input, or also it has a unique name called username. So we'll just go with the username, and we are going to use this encase function here. So let me copy and paste over here, and here we have to pass our username. That's going to be Tony Casey, okay. That's my GitHub profile name, okay. And then what we are going to do is we are going to click on the search button, right? We can click on the search button, or else we can also do something like enter. Let's see how to do the enter here, okay. So here I'm going to say comma, and then I'm going to say keys dot enter. So if you remember, already we talked about like how to use the keys dot tab. Similarly here we are going to type the key dot enter. Now you have to notice one thing. When I do the search, it's going to for example, if I click on the search or the enter, you can see that it's going to bring up some loading, right? So let me remove this guys, and if I click on this, you can see some loading is basically coming, right? But to handle that loading, of course, we have the WebDriver wait concept. We'll see that in maybe upcoming chapters. As of now, I'm just going to ignore that one, okay, and I'm going to find all the elements, okay. So I'm going to say Autonic Casey, and here all the elements are there, right? So let's go and inspect one first, and if you see here, everything is within the li tab, right? I mean tag, not the tab, tag, right? So what I'm going to do is I'm going to say like /li, and here you can see that we have like almost like 35, right? So we have like 35, but 30 is the only thing we want. Others are basically this li, so we don't want that li, we wanted only this one, right? So what we can do is okay, so we'll write based on the parent class. So here we can see that we have a box, so I'm just going to copy this XPath first, and then I'm going to say li, okay. slash li double slash li. Okay, now you can see we got only the 30. So we are interested on this 30 element. Let's see how to get the text of all the 30 element, right? So here I'm going to say driver dot find elements. We are using only the elements now. We are going to use the find elements and we are going to use the XPath. Okay, so find elements. So if you notice carefully, here we have the S plural, right? That means it's going to find number of elements, more than one number of elements, and that's going to return me list of web elements. So I will name this like links, all the links. Okay, now from all the links I can use the for each or the for iterator, so that I will get one web element at a time. I will say this like link. Okay, so this is links plural and this is link singular, right? That is how programming convention basically. If you are going to get something multiple, just make it as plural or just make it as a singular form. Okay, now I'm going to print the text. So sys out and I'm going to say link dot get text basically, right? So to grab the text of the URL, right? So if I say get text, I will get it from the a tag. Okay, so if I you might ask me, Kaushik, you are targeting the li, but the text is within the a tag. How does it going to give us? Is very simple. If I target the parent, within that whatever the text is there, it will give us automatically. Let me show you and confirm, right? But as I said earlier, when I give the enter, it will not work because it has some loading thing, right? So it will load and then it will give us. Let me show you that. As of now, if you got some error, we are going to use the thread.sleep concept that is from Java, but later on we'll change that to maybe like WebDriver wait condition. So if I go here, you can see we are not getting anything because this element is not there. Now here is the interesting question. If there is no element, it should throw an exception as no such frame exception, right? But why it doesn't throw an exception here? Because find elements does not throw exception. It will just make the size as 0. And here we are just targeting the loop. So loop will never work because we have 0 elements. If it's more than 1, then only the loop is going to work, correct? So in that case, we won't get any exception. I hope that is clear for you. Okay, now we are going to use thread.sleep and I'm going to wait for maybe like 3 seconds. Okay, so I'm expecting 3 seconds to wait. Okay, this thread.sleep is basically your from Java, not from the Selenium API, it's from the Java. Once I write this, of course, I have to handle the interrupted exception. I'll just add throws declaration. As of now, what is this and why we are using? If you know Java, that's fine. If you do not know, probably you have to learn the exception handling concept. Okay. Now let's go and right click and run as Java application. I have all this video in Tamil language where I have explained everything in detail, like from the Java, from the Selenium, everything entirely, right? So if you are interested or if you know Tamil, probably I will recommend you to watch those videos rather than this, because in this particular series, I am covering only the Selenium functions. Whereas in my Tamil series, I have covered all the Java concept, then I move to the Selenium concept. Okay. Okay, now let's go and see the output here. So here you can see we got all the HTTPs, the links basically, right? So that's it, pretty much cool, right? So this is how we can use the find elements. So when we have to use find elements, in the sense, if we have to interact with multiple elements or if we have to get some values of multiple values, then we have to use the multiple find elements in that scenario. Okay, other than that, we will also use this in our web table concept that we are going to discuss in the next chapter. In this chapter, we are going to see how to interact with the web tables using Selenium. Web table is a very easy concept. I will try my best to make it very, very simple. Okay, so let's take an example first. So we are going to use our LetCode application, and here we have a simple table and as advanced table. So we'll go with the simple table first. Okay, and here you can see that we have few of the interview questions that I already have a video on that. Kindly do go and check that one. Okay, here also, like how to do the sorting or how to check the paginations, I have already videos in English version as well, so you can check that out. I will leave the card somewhere on the description or maybe in the iCard. Okay, Now we are going to handle this one. So here it says like mark Raj as a present. Okay, so here you can see that we have the last name as Raj, and I have to make this guy as a present. Okay, very easy concept. Now, of course, you might ask me why we have to go with the web table concept. I can just find this element and then I can do the click action. Makes sense. I agree. But let's assume that this data is going to be changed, or this position is going to be changed. Okay. So in that scenario, of course, I cannot rely on the maybe I can use the XPath, dynamic XPath, or maybe based on some scenarios, right? XPath based scenarios, I can do that. But most of the time we have to go with the WebDriver, web table concept as well. So let us see. Okay, so first we'll copy the URL, and here I will say like driver dot get, and then we'll pass the URL. Okay, control A and control I to align the code. Okay, now first of all we have to find like which table we are going to interact. So here is one table, here is one table, and here is also one table. So first let's go and try to find out the tables. So easiest way will be like double slash table, and you can see that we have three tables here. Okay, so 1 2 3. Now of course I want to interact with the second table, and that table has a ID called simple table. Okay, so if you have ID name or any static locator, you can use that, or else you can go with the XPath as well. Okay, so based on the scenario you have to pick. So I'm going to take the ID because we have ID here. Okay, so I will say like driver dot find element by ID and then the ID value, and I'm going to store that here as a table reference. Okay, now from the table what we have to do is we have to find the number of rows we have, right? So if you want to find, you can find, or else we'll just go with the thing, right? So from the table what I'm going to do is um, I'm going to extract all the rows. So here you can see this is in the row, right? I believe you already know the structure of tables and row. So the rows are basically within the TR, and within the TR we'll have like TD that defines the column. So rows and columns, that is what web table is, right? So first we'll find like how many rows we have. Okay, so from this table we'll try to find how many rows we have. Let's see how to do that. So I'm going to take the table reference now here. Okay, and then I'm going to say find elements, and I'm going to say by dot tag name, and the tag name, as I said, rows in the sense it will be tr, and that's going to return me all the rows here, right? So I will just store it in the rows reference. Okay, and then I will just sys out rows dot size. Okay, so that will tell me like how many size how many rows I have. Okay, and lastly we'll just also quit the driver just to save some memory. Okay, now let's go and run this. Okay, and here you can see that we are getting 4. Why 4? In the sense, let's go and inspect. So here we have like 1 2 3, and so 1 2 and 3. Why we are getting 4? In the sense, within the table head also we have a row. Okay, program is always correct, we make a mistakes, right? So here also we have the tr, so that's why it's going to give us the row, but we are not interested on the table head, rather we are interested on the table body. So what can I do is I can write the css, or maybe the um, what we call that XPath for that. So here we can see that we have a css of table simple idea slash body, right? So this is the css for that. I'm going to copy, and here I'm going to replace, and here I'm going to say instead of id I'm going to say css. Okay, so css, what is that? Css selector. Okay, that's it. Now let's run once again, and this time we can expect the output to be 3. Okay, so we got the 3, and that is correct. Okay, now what I have to do is I have to navigate each and every rows, and then I have to navigate to the columns, right? So first of all, this is my 0th TD, this is my first TD, right? So I have to check the last name, that is here only we have the Raj, right? So we have to check the last name, so that is going to be within the TD of 2. So this is my TD of 1, and this is my TD of 2, right? So let's see how to do that. So I'm going to I have to iterate from each and every row, right? So I can use the for here, not this one. So I can use the for index based one. And here we'll say like I want to make it like rows dot size. Okay. And here I am going to say from the rows. So from the rows, I'm going to find the elements again. So rows dot get of 0. 0 in the sense, I mean get of 5. Get of 5 in the sense we are going to get from each and every row. And then I'm going to find the elements again. And this time I'm going to find the tag name by the tag name of TD. That means we are on particular row. I in the sense 0th row. So we are on the 0th row, and from there we are going to find all the table data, that is all the columns, right? So let me store that in a reference called columns. Okay. Now from the columns we are interested on the second column, right? So columns dot get of 1, 0 and 1, right? So 0 will be my first name, first one will be my last name. So I will take that one. And let me store that in a reference as a web element. That's going to be my let's name this like data. Okay. Now I'm just going to print the sysout statement, right? I'm going to print the data dot get text. That means whatever the text we are going to get, we are going to print it here, right? So now let's go and run this. Let's see the output. Okay, so here you can see the name we got is Chatterjee, we got the Raj, we got the man, right? So I am interested on the Raj, right? So here what can I do is I can write a if condition here, right? So here I can say like if data dot get text, and that's going to be equals, so equals to Raj, then what I have to do? I have to click on this button, right? So this is within the fourth column. So let me show you. So this is my 0, this is my 1, this is my 2, this is my 3, third column basically, right? So within the third column, so 0, 1, 2 and 3, third column, that is here it is 4. In the programming it's going to be index based, so it's going to be fourth one, correct? And we have to go to the fourth one and then we have to click on the input, right? So let's see how to do that. So here I'm going to say columns dot find element, not columns. So we already found the columns here, right? So I will say columns dot get of 0, 1, 2 and 3, right? And from there again we are going to find the element of by dot tag name input, and then we are going to do the click action. Okay, so that means when the text matches with Raj, we are going to get the we are going to grab the third table, that is actually fourth element in UI. Here it will be -1, so we are using 3 here. Okay, and then from there again we are going to find the tag name of input, because here within the TD we have a input. Now we have to click on the input, not the TD, right? So if I click on the TD, it will not work. If I click on the input, it will work, right? So here I'm going to click on this input. Now let's go and run this again. Okay, okay, so here you can see we got this, but unfortunately we couldn't see the click action because the driver got quit. So I'm just going to comment it and run again. So here you can see that the based on the Raj, it has clicked, right? So if I change to Chatterjee, it will click on this. So if I change to man, it will click on that particular checkbox. That is fine, but still we have few problems. For example, here the Raj particular element is get selected, but still we are iterating, we are looping through each and every element, right? So that is bad practice, because in this scenario we have only 3 table rows. That is fine. If I have like 100 of table rows, then definitely the loop will keeps on running and that will waste our time. So how to solve is very simple. Once we are done with our condition, we'll just break the loop. So if you break the loop, it will come out of the loop and then it will proceed the next one, right? Now I can use the driver.quit as well. Let's see. Okay, so this time we are expecting after the Raj no data to be printed. Let's see. And here you can see Chatterjee and Raj both only printed, nothing else. So if I change the data now, Instead of Raj, if I change the data to Chatterjee, then only one data I can see, other data I should not see, right? Let's check. Okay, that's it, pretty much cool. We are done with this web element concept as well. Okay, in the previous video, in the previous chapter and this chapter, we are not writing any of the base class. We will do that after a while. Okay, and one question you might ask me here is why I am referring to the table here, and from the table I am finding all the elements, then the like without using the driver. So driver in the sense it will go and find within all the page, I mean the particular page, it will try to find all the tables or the all the TROs. But what I wanted to do is I want to find the elements that are present within that particular table. So that is the reason we are referring to that table, and based on the table we are trying to find all the rows. Okay, I hope that makes sense to you. Okay, so see you in the next chapter. In this chapter, we are going to learn about the navigation commands in Selenium. So let us understand what is navigation command. So here you can see that we have loaded this particular website called letcode.in test, letcode.in/test. Now if I go to the button, here we have like go to home. So if I click on that, it's going to take me to the home page. Now if I want to go to the previous page, I can click on this particular button, right? So that will take me to the previous. Or else if I want to go to the next page, or the this next button, right? So if I click on that, that will take me to the same page again. So forward and backward. And if I have to do the navigation or the reload, then I can click on this reload button. Or else if I have to move to another website, I can probably say like amazon.in. So we can perform all those with the help of navigation command. Let us see how to do that. So first we'll go to our button page. Let's go to the button. Where is the button? Okay, so we'll take this as our home page. So first of all, of course, we have to write the Chrome driver equal to new Chrome driver to launch the browser, and then I'm going to say driver.get, and then I'm going to pass the URL, right? So this is also fine. We can do it in another way as well. So here I can say like driver dot navigate dot to. This is also fine. Okay, you can use any of this. Now if I can use any of this, why we need two functions, you might ask me. Okay, technically if I go within the two function, that is basically the navigation class, and this basically my okay, if I go to the navigate, and here we can see remote navigation is the class name. So let me write a reference here. So this is basically my remote navigation class, and if I go within the remote navigation class, and here you can see that we have function called to that internally calls the get. Okay, so technically both are same. Why we have is basically the accessibility, nothing much here, right? For example, I can say like I can create an object for this. So driver dot navigate, and I can create the navigate object here, and I can say like navigate dot to, and then let's say that I'm going to click on this particular button, right? So let's go and inspect, and I'm going to do the click action. So let me do the click, and I'm going to paste it over here. Okay, now once I click on this, I'll just try to print the title, print the URL. So for example, when I click on that button, we are expecting this to be letcode.in, right? So let's say that's is out, expecting letcode.in. Okay, so and then I will do some driver dot get current URL. So get current URL is the function to get the current URL. Okay, so once I click on the URL, that will print me. Okay, and here first one is basically it should contain the buttons URL, right? So I will just copy paste over here, and here I will say like buttons. Okay, expecting buttons. Why I'm writing expecting without doing assertion? Because we haven't learned the assertion yet, so I'm just doing with the sysout as of now. Maybe in future chapters we'll change this as well. Okay, very good. Now let's go and move to the next one. Okay, so I have clicked on the home button, that is the from the button page, and I'm expecting this to be letcode.in, right? Now if I go and click on this previous button, then again that should return me the buttons URL, right? So let's see that one. So here I can say like navigate dot back previous in the sense we have a function called back, and if I have to again move forward, then I can say like navigate dot forward. Okay, so if I go back in the sense, it will come to the buttons. So let me copy this one. Okay, and then if I click on the forward again, we are expecting this to be the home page, letcode.in page. Okay, and if you want to do the refresh, you can do like navigate dot refresh. Okay, so these are the 4 functions we have here. Okay, if I refresh, of course the expected is this only, so let's not print it. Now let's go and run this. The first one is buttons, the home page, then it's going to click on the back, and that's it. We are pretty much done actually. So here you can say expecting buttons, we got the buttons, expecting letcode.in, we expected and we got it, then again buttons, we got the buttons, and again home, the home, right? So this is how actually that was very quick, so that is why you are not able to see. If you want to see, what you can do is you can just do like a thread dot slip between these lines, and you can check off your own. I will not waste your time here, you can check off your own. Okay, so very simple concept. We have like 4 functions, driver dot navigate, and that is going to give us this interface as navigation, and the implemented class is remote navigation, and within that we have few functions like to, which internally call the get function, and we have the back, forward, or the refresh. Okay, so we have 4. Other than that, 2 is also like we have like a what do we call that, we have overloaded function, so we can send this URL. This is basically like a remote URL. I think remote URL in the sense it will be from your Java some URL, I think. Okay, anyways, let's not worry about that. If you know this that is pretty much enough. Okay, for the navigations we mostly use the driver.get only, so we'll write that in our base class when we are going to make some utilities. Okay, so for this video I'm skipping that. In this chapter, we are going to learn about the Selenium weights. We already saw the thread.slip, that is from Java. And in Selenium, we have 2 types of weights. One is the implicit weight and another one is the explicit weight. In this video, we are going to explore the implicit weight first, and in the next chapter, we are going to learn about the explicit weight. Implicit weight is very easy concept, and it is going to affect only 2 functions, that is find element and find elements. Let me show you an example. If you remember, this is our first chapter code just to perform the login in our LetCode application. So we are entering the email, we are entering the password, and then we are clicking on the login button, right? Now let me change this email to email1. So the locator is wrong. So in this scenario, if I try to run this, of course I will end up with no such element exception, correct? That is true, but let us see the time difference. For example, I'm going to run this. Now let's watch carefully. So the browser got start and it's going to click on the login, and if I go to the console, you can see we got the exception, that is no such element, in less than few seconds. I can say it is very quick, right? But let me show you what is the usage of implicit weight and how we can implement that. Implicit weight can be implemented anywhere once we created the object, but I will recommend you to use it even before we load the URL. Okay, so driver dot manage, and then we have to say timeouts, and then we have to say implicitly wait, and here we have to pass the number of seconds we have to wait. It depends on the project based on your application, the backend process and everything, but the recommendation is you can use up to 20 to 30 seconds. In this scenario, I'm going to use 10 seconds so that I can show you the demo quickly. Okay, and here I have to say the timeouts, and it's going to be seconds. So time unit dot seconds. Time unit is coming from your java.util concurrent.timeUnit package. Okay, so make sure you remember the package. In Eclipse, we can just type like sec and control space, that will do the job, but it is always good to remember the package name as well. Okay, now let me try to run this. So I have added one line, that is driver.manage.timeouts.implicitly wait, and I have added the time. So if you remember, in the previous execution we got the exception very soon, right? Let's see in this time what is going to give us. So the browser got launched now, and the login is clicked, and here it's going to search. Now if you see in the console, we are not getting any exception. it is going to throw us the exception only after 10 seconds. Now you might ask me why that is needed. Anyways, my test script is going to fail. Makes sense, but I have explanation for that. Assume that we are going to load our website, and maybe because of some network issue or the backend process is getting loaded, or the JavaScript or the CSS taking much time to load the entire application. In fractions of second, the element is going to come, maybe let's say 20 or 30 seconds or even 10 seconds, right? In that scenario, instead of waiting for each and every action, for example, for waiting the email 10 seconds, and for the password 10 seconds, and again for clicking on the login 10 seconds. So instead of waiting for each and every actions to be performed within the given time, we can use the implicit wait here. When I say implicit wait equal to 10, that means whenever I'm going to find any of the element, doesn't matter, it's going to be name, ID or XPath, any of the locators that we have in Selenium, the 8 locator strategy, any of the function I'm going to use, whether it's a find element or the find elements, it is going to wait 10 seconds. If the element is not there after the 10 seconds, then it is going to throw us the no such element exception. But you might ask me, if I use like 10 seconds, then it's going to wait for 10 seconds for each and every element. That might be time wastage, right? That is not the actual case. For example, let's say that we are going to book an pizza. Okay, when the pizza arrives, let's say that it's going to arrives in 30 minutes. So we will probably wait like 30 minutes. If it's going to be more than 30 minutes, then obviously we'll do the cancellation. We will cancel the order, right? But if the pizza is going to be delivered in the next 15 minutes, won't you get the pizza and start eating? Definitely you will, right? That is what implicit wait also do. Implicit wait will wait maximum of the given amount here, that is 10 seconds in our case. But if the element is going to be appear there on the second or the third seconds, then it will do the interaction. By default, implicitly wait for each and every 500 milliseconds. That means in the scale of 10 seconds, it is going to find the element for 20 times. So 5 seconds into 2, it's 1 second. So similarly, you can do the math, I know. So in the interval of 500 milliseconds, it is going to try to find the element. If the element is not there, again it will try to do. When the maximum amount of time it's going to reach, then it will throw the error. Okay, so that is the use of implicit wait, and it is one time declaration until the driver object is there. So until we call the driver.quit, it is going to act only for two functions, that is find element and find elements. When I say only for find element, that means it can find any of the element like ID, name, XPath, CSS, whatever we have. Okay, so that is the use of implicitly wait, and you must include the implicitly wait in all your scripts. Of course, if it's going to be framework, we'll just add this in the framework level, and that's going to take care. But as of now, for your learning, you should include this in all your script. That is what recommended. Okay. And now most of people say that we should not mix implicitly and wait and explicitly wait. That is completely wrong. Implicitly wait is affected only for the find element and the find elements, whereas explicitly wait can be used for different scenarios that we are going to learn in the next chapter. In this chapter, we are going to learn about the explicit wait in Selenium. In the previous chapter, we discussed about the implicit wait, and as I said, like in Selenium, we have two types of wait. One is the implicit wait and another one is the explicit wait. That is, explore the explicit wait. In explicit wait also, we have two types. One is the fluent wait and another one is the WebDriver wait. WebDriver wait is introduced in the Selenium 3 version where it extends the fluent wait. So if you use the WebDriver wait, definitely you will get the functions from the fluent wait, as well as it will give you the functions in the WebDriver wait as well. So in our course, I'm going to use the WebDriver wait because that is what mostly preferred. There is a difference between implicit, explicit, and in explicit also there is a difference like fluent and the WebDriver. In fluent wait, we have something called polling time. That means we can say like in what interval we have to search for the element. Whereas in WebDriver wait, it is by default the polling time is of 500 milliseconds. So for each and every 500 milliseconds, it's going to do the action. Let me show you the syntax and the use case scenario as well. For example, here in our application letcode.in/waits, we have a simple alert. Once I click on this, it's going to bring up the alert. But if you notice, I have clicked, but the alert is not here. And after a few seconds, it just appears just to say hi to me, right? So that's so sweet. Now we have to handle this alert. So in my script, I have loaded the website letcode.in/wait, and also I have the implicit wait. So I'm going to show you that implicit wait is not going to help us in this scenario. Let us understand. So first we'll just inspect this element, and we are going to take the element. So we have an ID. So I'm just going to use the click function here, and here I'm going to say dot click. Now, as soon as I do the click action, we note that we are going to get the alert, right? So we already know how to handle the alert. So I'm just going to write quickly. So driver dot switch to dot alert dot accept, correct? Now let's try to run this. So I'm going to right click and run as Java application. Let us see what it's going to throw us. The simple alert button is clicked and the script is not yet completed. I mean, in the browser, now only we are getting the alert. But if you notice carefully, you already have seen that we got this exception in the right hand side, right? And it says that no alert present exception. You might ask me, Kaushik, you have added implicit wait and you have waited for 10 seconds, then why alert is not affected? As I said in the previous chapter, implicit wait is going to affect only two functions, that is find elements and find elements, right? I mean find element and the find elements. So if there is nothing called like accept this element, then it will wait. The implicit wait will take care. But in this scenario where we are trying to wait for the alert, in that scenario it's not going to handle. Okay, so I hope now you understood the difference between implicit and explicit. Now let us see how to handle this scenario. So I'm going to comment this because it's not going to work now, right? So we have this WebDriver wait syntax. So I'm going to call the class called WebDriver wait, and we are going to create an object as wait equal to new WebDriver wait. And here we have to pass our driver instance, that is Chrome driver equal to new Chrome driver, right? So we have to pass the instance and we have to say the timeout, how long I have to wait. Just for this example, I can wait for 20 seconds maybe, but as I said, that is the maximum threshold. Whenever it sees the alert or any of the actions we are going to perform, it will just do in the interval of 500 milliseconds. Now here I have to say wait dot until, and here I have to pass expected condition. Here we can see we have two expected condition. One is the interface and another one is the class expected conditions. So we have to use the class here. And then I'm going to say alert is present. That means we will wait until there is an alert. Okay. And by the way, this is going to return me the alert interface here, alert, right? So it's going to return me the alert. I can use the same object and I can say like until like I will just rename this. So I will just rename this like alert, and I can say alert dot accept. That is also fine, or else we can just copy and paste it here and we can use anything is fine. So basically what we are trying to do is we are trying to wait for the alert to be appeared, and how long? It's basically 20 seconds. Why we have to specify the time? In the sense, if I don't specify that time, there is no default time. There is a default polling time of 500 seconds. Polling time in the sense it is going to do the action for interval of that particular time, that is 500 milliseconds, whereas this is my maximum time, right? I cannot wait for 1 day or 2 days, right? So I have to wait for particular seconds. If that is not going to happen within the given time, then definitely we can raise a bug, right? So we are expecting an alert to be appeared maybe within 10 seconds. If the alert is not there, then definitely that's a defect, right? So we have to raise a defect. Okay, so here we are trying to accept the alert. Now in this scenario, before doing the accept, we are going to sys out the text from alert. So alert dot get text, just to make sure we got the alert, because I know this action is going to be very quick. Okay, so right click, run as Java application. Okay, so alert button is clicked now, and in the right hand side you can see that we do not have any exception, and now the alert appears and it got accepted. And here you can see we got the text like finally I'm here, just to say hi. Okay, so this is one of the example from the expected conditions. Similarly, we have a lot of things like if I go to the expected conditions, this is the class, and if I give control O, and here you can see that we have like a lot of things. like I can wait until the URL is going to be something like the URL to be, URL contains, URL matches, presence of element, visibility of element, invisibility of element, text to be, staleness of element to be clickable. There are so many things. I might not able to show you all the example within the same chapter or same video course, but definitely I have shown you the system, I mean syntax. Based on that you can do. What we mostly use is basically visibility of invisibility of element to be clickable. Sometimes the URL and the titles contains, and uh, that's it. Okay, so that's it, pretty much enough. I will show you quickly one more example for the WebDriver wait. Okay, now let's take our the login test example. So I'm going to copy and paste that within the this chapter 16, and then I'm going to do what is basically here we are trying to do the login. As soon as I logged in, let me show you the UI. As soon as I log in, here you can see that it says like welcome Kaushik Chatterjee, right? So there is a toast message basically. So this is known as toast notification. And then I'm going to click on the sign out. Okay, so if I click on the sign out, here we are going to get an exception called element click intercepted. Let us understand the exception first. Let us see, and then we'll try to understand that. Okay, and here we have the link text. So I'm just going to click, right? So I'm going to click on the login, and then immediately I'm trying to click on the sign out button as well. But we know that in between this we have a toast message, right? Toast message. Okay, one more thing you might ask me, Kaushik, you should include the implicit right as well. So I'm going to include that as well. Okay, so I'm going to include driver.manage dot timeout dot implicitly waits, and here it's going to be 20 seconds. That is pretty much enough. And I'm going to disable this guy because we have driver in our global scope, right? I mean in the environment variables, right? Okay, let me run this and show you what is the problem in this code and how to fix it with the help of WebDriver wait. Logged in. Now it's going to click on the sign out, but sign out is not clicked yet. And if I go back to my Eclipse, I have got an exception as I said earlier. And the exception is basically element click intercepted exception. What is intercepted exception? Element click intercepted exception in the sense we are trying to click on this particular element. So if you just move this, you can see other element would receive the click action. That means what is exactly happened here is when we try to click on the sign button, remember implicit wait is there. What is the job of implicit wait? Basically it will try to find the element within the given amount of time. Element is there, but what happened on top of element we have another element, that toast message. So we have to handle that toast message, then only we can do the sign out. Now how to handle this toast message is very simple. We have to wait until that toast message gets disappeared, right? So let us bring our WebDriver wait code. So I'm just going to copy this guy here from here. Okay, and then I'm going to say wait until again, and here I'm going to say expected condition dot invisibility. So what is invisibility? Invisibility in the sense it's going to be wait until the element is going to be invisibility, right? And we have to pass the element here basically. So invisibility of, if I mouse over, you can see that it needs the argument as a web element. So let us create the web element first. Before that we have to do the inspection. So we have to this is the toast message. Actually if I inspect this, I can take it from here, this one, right? So I can take it from here role, and let me just this is the XPath basically. So let me write it quickly. So driver dot find element by XPath, and here we're going to pass our XPath, and we'll store that in a web element like toast. Okay, and then we are going to pass the toast here. Okay, now if I run this, definitely 100% it should pass. Let me show you that. Okay, then I will explain it once again. So login has happened and we are able to see the toast message. Once the toast message is invisibility, that means it disappeared. Now you can see it clicked on the sign out, and that's why we are able to see like bye bye, see you soon, right? That's it. The script is passed. We have no exception, right? So that is the real-time usage of WebDriver wait. Now, apart from this, also we can do like element to be clickable. So we can also say like element to be clickable. That means it will wait until that element is ready to do the click action. Let's try. I'm not sure about it, but let's try. It should work, I believe. Okay. So login is completed. Now it's just going to wait until the element is clickable in state. And once it is clickable, okay, in this case it doesn't work, but most of the time it should work if it's clickable. Okay, so here you can see element again click intercepted, but you got the idea, right? So we can go with the previous one, the invisibility of, right? Okay, that's cool. Now based on this, you might have already got the idea. We can implement the same in our um, base class as well, right? So if I go to my base class, and here I can say like before doing the click action, right? So here we have a function called click. What can I do is I can check if the element is ready to be clicked. Okay, so here I can say like I can paste that, not this one. Let me copy this one, and I can say like wait dot until, and I can say like expected conditions to be element to be clickable, and then I can pass the element here. So when the element is ready to clickable, then I can do the click action, right? So here it's going to be uh, ready state, right? So ready element, and then I can say ready element dot click, right? So it will wait for the element and then it will do the click action, right? So now I believe you are getting a basic knowledge on why we have created all the functions and why we are using like this kind of framework, reusable functions, right? So whenever I call this function, it will internally wait for the element to be clickable, then it will do the click action. So that is the advantage of reusable functions, or also we can call it as a framework. Our framework is a tiny framework, because framework, if you take, it's a long, we have so many things, the loggers, the reporters, and so many things. But what we are doing is the very beginners, because this video is planned for only for beginners. Okay, that's it. Now next move, let's move to the next one. Okay, before that, if you want to implement the wait concept for the alerts, that is also possible. So here you can see that what's this, type in alert, right? So we can wait for the alert to be um, wait, right? So we can write like until, so I'll just leave that up to you. So here you can see that we have like wait until expected alert is present, so you can implement for all the alerts within this particular functions. Okay, now see you in the next chapter. In this chapter, we're going to learn about the advanced user interactions, also known as AUI, in Selenium. For example, I'm going to take a different website, that is jqueryui.com, because some of the in my application, some of the AUI stuffs are not working well. So just to give you the demonstration, I'm going to use this jqueryui.com. Okay. And what is AUI basically? For example, we have done so far like how to do the click action, how to do the alert, handling the alert, window handle, frame, everything. But we might have not seen something like this, right? So if I want to drag it around, then or if I have to drag and drop from one element to, if I have to drag and drop to another element, we haven't performed like this, right? So we are going to learn few of the concepts from like actions class. So the AUI part in web pages, if we have to handle that, we will follow that, or we will perform that with the help of actions class in Selenium. Let us see the demo. Okay, so first of all, we'll use the simplest one, draggable. So I'm going to just drag it from one place to another place. It can be like little or anywhere, right? So it doesn't say like where we have to move. So we'll just move this from one place to another. Okay, so for that, we are going to take this URL first, and I'm going to do maybe two or three. So I'm just going to write everything within the functions. Okay, so let me write this one. So in the class level, I'm going to declare the Chrome driver first. Okay, and then I'm going to create a few functions here. So first one is going to be uh, I can create a static, so that I no need to create any object. I can call directly within the main method, right? So static void, and I will say like draggable. First time we are going to do the draggable. Okay, and what we are going to do is basically let's create the main method here, and within the main method we will create the object. So driver equal to new, and then followed by Chrome driver. Okay, and we'll just start the implicit weight as well, because already I said that is what recommended. So driver dot, we are not getting any suggestions because this is a static function and this is a non-static, so we cannot call. So I'll just make this as a static here as well. Okay, now I will get all the suggestions because there is no compile time error. So driver dot manage dot timeouts and implicitly wait of 10 seconds is fine for this application. It will be a little faster comparing to others. Okay, now let me explain this. Yeah, so that is what before that, of course, we have to get the URL, so we'll do that here. So driver dot get, and we'll paste the URL. Okay, now as soon as I right click, you can see that it has a like view frame source. So of course we can know that it is the element is within the frame, so we have to switch to the frame. So for that, what we are going to do is we are going to find the number of frames. So if I say like / iframe, we can see that we have only one of one, so I can use based on the index. So driver dot switch to dot frame, and I'm going to give it as 0, right? That's it, pretty cool. Now what we are going to do, we are going to first find this particular element, and if I inspect, I can see that it has a ID called draggable. So I'm going to copy, and I'm going to say driver dot find element by ID, and then I'm going to give the ID, and I'm going to store it as a SRC. That means it is my source element, right? Let me bring up this little top. Yeah. Now I'm going to perform the actions class. So if I give like SRC dot draggable, I don't have anything like draggable move to element or something like that in the WebDriver or in the web element. So what can I do? I can create an object for the actions class that is inbuilt class in the Selenium. So here I have to call like actions, and make sure we are going to import it correctly. So that is actions. Okay, and you can see the package. It is from org.openqa.selenium.interactions. Okay, and then we'll name it like builder. Why builder? Similarly, here we are saying like Chrome driver because driver is like your global used. The name is used globally. Similarly for actions also, builder is used globally. Okay. Okay. Anyways, just naming conventions. If you have to give like ABC, you can do it, but I will not recommend to do that because we have to follow some standards. And new, we have to call the constructor, and within the constructor we have to pass the driver. Now if you notice here, we have like constructor overloaded. So one is with keyboard, one is with WebDriver, and another one is with the keyboard and mouse, right? And if you notice, they have stacked it out. That means they are deprecated. Deprecated in the sense, this constructor or any of the functions that are deprecated might not be available in the upcoming versions. Okay, so we should not use that. So remaining, of course, we have this WebDriver, so we are going to use that. When I say WebDriver, that means definitely the Chrome driver, because the inheritance concept, everything, right? So WebDriver is the interface, Chrome driver is the class. Okay, now we are going to say builder dot we are going to do the drag and drop, right? So we can say like drag and drop, and here in the first function drag and drop, that needs a source element and the target, but in our case we do not know the target, so we are going to use the second function drag and drop by. Remember, it is not drag and drop with overloaded concept. They are having different names, so it is different methods. So drag and drop by, and here the source is fine. Now we have to give the offset in the sense the location. Now if you remember, we already know how to get the location of any of the element, right? So for that, I'm going to say like src dot get location, and that's going to return me the location. And from the location, we have already discussed that we can get the point. Now this point can give me the x and y coordination. For example, I can say like location dot get x, and then I can say like location dot get y. Okay, that's it, pretty much cool. But if I say get x and get y, that's going to return me the integer. That is fine, but it will give the default location. What I have to do is basically I will get the default location and I will add some value to that so that it will just move little bit here and there. Okay, so I'm going to say maybe I can just add like 20 and here also 20. Okay, so let's see what is going to happen. But if I run this, the code will not execute. To execute this code, what we have to do is we have to call the dot perform function here. So what is dot perform in the sense? When I say builder dot drag and drop, it will not work until I call the perform. So perform is basically we are instructing the actions class that, hey, I have sequence of actions, I have completed the actions, now we can do the real action. So this will basically try to create a virtual keyboard or the mouse, and then it will try to do the drag and drop. Okay, whatever the function we are going to call, that is going to work. Okay, now I will just call this draggable within this main method, and let's try to run this now. Okay, so I'm going to run as Java application. Hopefully it should run, but we'll see. Actions class have one problem. It will not throw us any of the exception. So if the drag and drop is working or not working, we cannot understand anything. Okay, but still actions class have two exceptions. If I remember correctly, one is like some element boundary exception. That means okay, let me show you this one side. So here you can see the action basically it moved from here to here, right? So that's working, that's fine. One exception is basically like if you're trying to move from the outer space, for example, let's say that I'm going to move it to y of 2000 here. Okay, let's try to run this. Not sure whether it's going to throw us the exception, but we'll just try. Yeah, we got exception, and the exception name I forgot, that is why I'm recreating. And here you can see moved target out of bound exception. So that means there is no space to move from this to like this, like 2000, but we are trying to move, so that is why we are getting exception. And you can see that it is already present within the interaction package. So if I go to that particular package, maybe I can see like what are the other exception we have. So let me try to find that one. So where can I see that? Okay, maybe I can just move within the actions, and this is basically within the folder of which folder, I mean which package, interaction package. So this interaction package only. How can I see how many exception we have? Yeah, so this is the guy. We have another exception like invalid coordinates exception. Okay, so in actions class, most of the people says that we don't get any exception. That is wrong actually. We will get two exception majorly. One is the invalid coordination exception, and another one is the moved target out of bound exception. Okay, so this is how we have to find. How did I find this? Basically, I went to that particular package, and from there I searched for this guy like ending with exception. That is how you have to learn also. So if we just try, see here we have a lot of classes, right? So based on the classes we'll get some functions. Okay, let's not worry, you really don't have to learn everything, but if you have time, definitely you can. Okay, okay, now next move to the next one. So we have performed the draggable. Next we are going to perform the drag and drop. So I'm going to make a new function as droppable. It's going to be more of same, so I'll just copy and paste over here. And what we'll do, we'll just change this to droppable. So drop what is the spelling, I forgot. So let me see here. Yeah, ppabl, droppable. Okay, and next of course I have to change the URL. So we'll copy and replace this guy, and I know that already frame is there, so I'll just use the same switch to frame. And then this guy, basically I have to get two elements now. Okay, so let's go and inspect. So first one is basically this one. So it has id called draggable, so let me store that, which is already we stored. And the destination is this guy, which have a id called droppable, so we are going to store that here as well. Okay, so I can say like driver dot find element by id and the value, and I can store that as a web element as target, right? So target, Okay, now I don't have to use this function. Other than that, we have another functions like builder dot um, drag and drop, and here my source is this, target is this, and of course you should call the perform function. Now in most of the blocks, the maybe 3 or 4 years earlier blocks, you can see something like dot build dot perform. Okay, this is correct, nothing wrong, but the Selenium has got few updated, I believe, from the version 3.6 if I'm not wrong. We no need to use this build functions. Basically, if I go within the perform, you can see that not here. If I go to the particular implemented class, that will internally calls the build functions. Let me show you that. Okay, so I'm going to move to this actions class, and here we have a function called perform, and here you can see they are internally calling the build.perform. That means we no need to call to the build function, so that is not triggered. But I think most of the blocks are not updated their code base, so don't get worried like, hey Kaushik, you are teaching me wrong. I won't. Okay, so you can trust me. So build is not required. Even if you if you use, that's fine, nothing wrong about it. Okay, so I'm going to replace the draggable with the droppable now. Now let's go and execute this one. And here you can see the beauty. So the drag and drop is worked, right? So in this way we can do the drag and drop, or we can do the drag and drop. Now a few of the things, like how to do the move to element. Move to element is very simple. For example, if you take applications like um, how do I say that? Okay, if I go to the flipkart.com, okay, I think yeah. So if I see here, if I click mouse hover, right? I'm not clicking on the fashion. Basically, I'm doing the mouse over. If I mouse over on this, you are able to see this pop up, right? So let's say that I want to click on the fashion, and then I can click on to the men's footwear, right? In that scenario, I should not click on this fashion. I have to do the mouse hover, right? So for that, we have a functions called move to element. Of course, I don't want to show all the examples. I will just give you the quick walkthrough reference. Okay. So if you want to perform like mouse hover, you can use the move to element. Okay. Similarly, if I go to play.letcode.in, that is our older website. Don't use the letcode, but still I want to show you something. So here we have a beautiful thing called context menu. Where is that? Mouse over, not this one. UI, and this page will work actually. So you can, if you want to practice, you can use that page. We have something like context menu here. So here you can see if I click the left click, I'm doing the left click, nothing is happening. But if I click on the right click, you can see we are getting the small pop up here, right? So this is known as context click. Context click in the sense, if you want to do the right click on your mouse, we can use the function called context click. Okay, and context click, when I say context click, that doesn't means that we can interact like back, reload, save as, print, cast. This is not part of your HTML DOM, so we cannot click on any of this. What we can do is we can click, right click, and this is actually coming from the your DOM, HTML DOM in the sense document object module, right? Then we can do the context menu. Okay, now these are the functions we use mostly: drag and drop by, similarly move to element, a context click, or double click, and few other things. So if I go to the actions class, probably if I give control O, you can see we have a lot of functions. If you want to do actions related to your mouse, like key down, key up, send keys. Also we have send keys, we have the click and hold, we have release, we have click, and double click, move to element. We have a lot of things here, but if you notice carefully, most of the functions are overloaded functions. So we have like two functions for each and everything. So if you want to key down, you can use the character sequence, or you can use the web element and the character sequence. Key up, similarly we have overloaded. Send keys, we have overloaded. Like this, we have like almost overloaded functions. So there might be like around 10 to 12 methods, I believe. So definitely it will be very tough to show you all the demos, but you know how to create the object, how to call the functions. So definitely you can do yourself. Okay. With that said, I'm closing this chapter. See you in the next one. This chapter is going to be the shortest chapter we have in our series. So I have forgot about the two functions that one function we use mostly and one functions we use very rarely. So in this chapter we are going to look at that. So if you remember, in one of our chapter we use this get current URL. Similarly, if you want to print the title, then we can use the get title function here. So here I can select driver dot get title, and that's going to return me the string here. Okay, so I can store that, and I'm just doing some printout, but you know how to do the assert, right? So assert properly, if we learned, then we'll do that. Okay, so title, yeah, this is the title. Okay, now let me go right click and run as Java application. So the title page is that LetCode / testing hub, and here what we got, we are getting the same, exactly same. Okay, and another one is basically the page source code, right? So I can say like driver dot get page source, and that's going to return the string, and I can print the string, of course. What is the use of this function? I really don't know when people use this, but we have the option, so let me show you. Okay, so page source is basically going to return the source code of your page. For example, if I right click and if I say like view page source, here we cannot see anything because this is Angular application. In Angular applications, page source doesn't show anything like this. For this we have something like SSR, we have to do that. I will show you this here. Okay, so if I go and now if I say view page source, and here you can see the actual source code of this page. Okay, yeah, so that is what, right? Now let's go and try to print the same. Let's see if the LetCode is going to give us some source code. It will be really long, I believe, based on the implementation again. Yeah, so it's giving us the source code, and here we can see nothing actually. I think yeah, we didn't get anything here basically. So it's Angular page, so I don't think yeah, it's giving something. Just like you can see videos, everything, but it's not aligned properly. So I don't know what is the real use of this. Maybe you can do some check, like whether we are getting something or something. Really, I'm not sure, so I will not talk about this very much. But if you want to get this source page out of the loaded website, you can use this function get page source. Okay, that's it. Very quick video. We'll see in the next chapter. In this chapter, we are going to learn about the very interesting topic and very usable topic in Selenium, that is page object model. Page object model is a design pattern that is implemented to reduce the code complexity as well as to create reusable of the functional AUI functional. So page object model is a very simple concept. It is also known as POM, and it's a design pattern, as I said earlier. The main agenda of the page object model is to create an object repository where we can store all our locators, and based on the locators we can write all our AUI function. Okay, so there are two concepts. One is the page object model where we can use like driver.find elements, and another one is the page factory where we have to use the add find by annotations from the Selenium core. We are going to see both the things in this chapter and the next chapter. So already I have a detailed video like what is page object model and why we should implement that page object model. So I will leave a card in the description or a iCard in somewhere here. So you can check that out if you want to learn like why we should go with the page object model. In this video, we are going to check only the coding side. Okay, but to be simple, it is used to reduce the code complexity as well as to create more reusable functions. And consider each and every page or each and every screen of your application as a Java class. Within that class, we are going to store all our locators as well as the actions based on the locators. Okay, so let's get started now. And to make it very simple, I'm going to use our LetCode application, just the sign in page or the login page. For example, when I load this URL and if I click on this login, so here we have like three usable functions, right? So one is the email, the password, and they click on the login. Okay, so I'm just going to create a very small demo. You might ask me, Kaushik, login page everyone's do, so what is the use? You should at least give some like 3-4 pages, right? Makes sense, but if I do everything, then probably you do not have anything to do. So I will teach only the core thing you have to practice to enhance yourself. And of course, if you have any doubt or if you stuck already I have said everything in the introduction video, so probably you can make use of all those facilities. Okay, now let's get started now. So we'll consider this as a two pages. One is the home page. In the home page we have like XPath, interview preparation, playwright, test practice, and all other few elements, right? And then we'll take this header part where we have sign up the login page, and login is another page. Definitely we should consider this one. And once we do the login, of course we can use this, we can make use of this toast message. We can wait until the toast message get disappeared, and then we can click on the sign out. So we'll be having like three pages. Okay, now let's go and let's create a package first. Okay, so in the SRC main Java we are going to write all our pages, and within the SRC test Java we are going to write all the test case. And to execute this I'm going to use the TestNG here. TestNG installation is very simple. Go to help and then go to Eclipse Marketplace, and in the search box just type TestNG and click on the go. It will prompt you, it will show you the TestNG here somewhere here in the list, and you can click install and then just follow the on-screen procedure and restart your Eclipse. That's it, very simple case. Okay, now let's go and create a package first. Okay, so most of the packages will start in the, like as we created our project like org.or something. Similarly we are going to create here as well. So org. We'll keep the project name, that is LetCode, and then we'll say like pages. Okay, and within the pages we are going to write all our classes. Okay, it is not necessary that we should have only one pages package in this, in that sense. That means like consider if your application is very big, where you have like more like 100 or 200 of screens, then maintaining all those within the same package will be complicated. So what you can do is you can split based on the modules, and based on the modules you can create the packages. Okay, package, the basic fundamental is to segregate or is to make your code more reliable, right? That means create as many as package as per your project requirement. It is not necessary, we should always use the pages as a package name. Okay, now within that I'm going to create more first home page. So let's create the home page here. So home page in the sense, this is this welcome page, right? So let code this one, right? So this is going to be our welcome page, and then we'll create one more as well. So we'll create like this one. So this part is going to be static in my application, in our application. So if I go to any of the pages, you can see this part is going to be your common, right? So we can sign up and sign in from any of the page, internal pages. So let's keep that as a separate page. So I'm going to create one more class here, and that's going to be our header page basically. So that's a header, so we'll just name it like header, and within the header we are going to write all this particular elements. Okay, and then as we click on the login, of course it's a login page, so we'll create one more class here, and let's name this like login page. And once we do the login, then again it will redirect me to the same home page only, but this time I will get the sign out, right? But sign out will be again on the same header page only. Okay, so as of now I think 3 pages is sufficient. So let's go and start our writing the methods. Okay, so as soon as I load this website, I have to validate like whether we have this header like welcome to LetCode, that is in the welcome page, I mean home page, right? So let's do that. So here we say like we'll write a functions like public void, and we'll say like validate welcome message. Okay, so we'll validate welcome. Okay, and I know that this is going to be static in my case, so I can just hard code the value. If it's not static, then I can receive that as an argument and I can use that in my test case. Okay, so basic oops concept I believe you can understand. Okay, let's go and inspect this one. So let's go to LetXPath, and here we have like something called like class card content of one. So this is the actual thing that have the text here, right? Let's go and validate that one. Yeah, so this one actually not that one. So here we have like p class equal to title, For text based, don't use the same text, because if the text is going to be dynamic, in that case of course you should not hard code the value. So we'll go with the first one. Okay, so this is the correct, not this one, sorry for that. So which one is this one basically? Yeah, this is this one. So it has a like class equal to block, I mean box title. So let's copy and paste over here. So this is the actual thing we have to do the validation. So we can just check like if it's displayed. Okay, fine. So before that, before going into this, what we have to do is we have to know like how to share the object as well, the driver as well, right? Okay, we'll do that maybe in a while. So as of now, I'll just create a constructor here. So home page. Why we are creating constructor and when we are going to use it, I will tell you. So just be with me. Okay. As of now, I'm going to create one more package, and the package name is like project specific. Okay, so that means the Selenium base can be used for different projects as well, but the project specific class is going to be only specific to the LetCode one, LetCode website. Okay, so that means like how to launch the browser, how to load the URL. We are going to give all those details here. Okay, so specific, project specific, and let's go within that. I'm going to create another class like LetCode base. Let's name this LetCode base. That is sufficient. Okay, now here I'm going to extend this to our Selenium base class, right? So in the Selenium base we already have written the Chrome driver, right? So if I go to this particular class, you can see that we have already the Chrome driver. So let's change this to public or protected. Protected will make sense here. So that whoever is going to extend this class will get the driver here. Okay, now if you watched carefully, we didn't actually write any object creation for that, right? So we are going to write a function for that as well. Now the interesting thing here is, okay, we'll come back to that once we learn the page object. Let's go and see how to write the page object here on as of now. Okay, now let's go to the home page, and here what I'm going to do is I'm going to extend to the LetCode base. Okay, so LetCode base. Okay, so why we are doing like this is basically the multi-level hierarchy, right? So if I click F4 on this, you can see that home page is basically extending the LetCode base, and LetCode base is extending to the Selenium base. In the Selenium base, we have written all the reusable functions. We are going to make use of this as well, but maybe in the next lecture. Okay, now we are just going to see the raw code of Selenium. I mean the Java code, basic Java codes. Okay, now let's go to the home page. So we got the driver access by extending to the LetCode base, right? So here I can say like driver dot find element by XPath, and we have this XPath. So I'm just going to click to copy here, and let's store that in a web element. So we can say like header maybe. Okay, then what we are going to do is we are going to do the assert, right? So we are going to assert it. So assert in the sense we are not focusing on the TestNG assert. So as of now we'll just write a sysout. Okay, so header dot get text. Okay, now then what we are going to do is we are going to what we can do, we are going to write the header page. Okay, basically the header page. So dashboard, we are just once we load the URL, we'll just check like whether we are on the correct page or not. Okay, then we are going to write about the header page. Okay, so let's go to the header page, and within the header page we have a few of concept, I mean few of navigations like the home page, the latex path, interview, and everything. So let's go and write this very quickly. Okay, so most of this guys are basically used to do the click action, correct? So we'll do that. So let's go and write. So we'll start with the sign up, and then similarly we are going to write for the login. Okay, so sign up and then login. Now if you noticed here I'm writing like click login, click sign up. That is basically the BD style. That means the function should be in the form of actions, like what we are going to actually do. Okay, so I'm going to click on the sign up, or I'm going to click on the login, right? So that is what we have written here as well. Now once I click on the login, now that's going to navigate me to the login page, right? So before that, of course, I have to write the element for this. So it has a link text called login, so I'm just going to click on the click action, and that will give me this. But of course I have to get the driver, so what I will do is I will extend to the LetCode base. Okay, okay, and then also import the by, so control shift O to do the auto import. Okay, and once we click on that, of course it is going to take me to the login page, right? So let's go to the login page now. I'm skipping all of this because just a simple thing, you can write all your code as well. Okay, so let's go to the login page, and here is we are going to focus on more. So as soon as I go to the login page, first of all we have to do the some validations, right? So here I will say like validations, but validations we should not write the assert or the validations within the page classes. We should write the validations within the test classes. So what we can do is we can get this particular element, like as soon as I click on the login, I am supposed to see this login text, right? So which has a tag name called h1, correct? So we are going to assert that. So let's assert, in the sense I'm saying assert, but just the validations. Okay, so here I'm going to say public and then I'm going to say void as of now get header. Okay, so I'm going to say get page header. Okay, and let's give this code here, and let's do the import. Before that I will extend this to LetCode base. Okay, and control shift O to do the import, and this guy is going to return me the text, so I can store that in a variable, or I can directly do the return as well. Okay, so as of now we'll just go with the return here. So return, and then I'm going to return the text here. Okay, okay, so I have to change the return type from void to string, right? So I can use control 1 and I can click on enter, so that will do the auto change of the function. Okay, that's it. So we are pretty much done with the page header. This is for the validation purpose. Okay, before that, I mean after that, we are going to click on, or we are going to type this one, right? So I'm skipping all the email, the password validations, and the login is displayed validations, everything. Just I will just write the like what we are going to do. We are going to do the login, right? So we'll write that on. Okay, so here I'm going to say public void enter user email, and we know that user email is going to be dynamic in this case, so I'll just make it like argument here, so string email. Okay, then I'm going to use the email here, so let's go and pass the email here. Okay, and after that we are going to write for the password, so let's go and copy this one, and it's going to be very same exactly. So public void enter password, and here I'm going to paste this, and we'll get the password as an argument here, and we'll pass that to a send case. Okay, very simple and easy to understand. Okay, then we are going to click on the login button, so let's go and click on this one. Now here it has a text called login, so we can use that for click action. So public void click login, and we are going to paste it. Okay, so that's it. We are written we have completely I mean we have completed our login things, right? So once we do the login, of course it's going to take me again to the same home page, right? So let's go to the home page, and within the home page we are going to do the what we are going to write a function to do the validations. Okay, so here I will write like public void validate toast message. Okay, so I will name it like toast message. Okay, and the message is going to be different, because if I click on the sign out, that's going to be different. If I click on the what do you call that, login, it's going to be different, right? So I'm going to make that here, so toast message, I'm going to get that as an argument. Okay, Now let's go and do the toast message inspection. So if I go and click on this, okay, how to validate the toast message, or I mean how to find that, it's very simple. So go to your source tab here first, okay, and you just click on the login. As soon as you click on the login, and if you are able to see the toast message, click on F8. That will pause your DOM. Okay, so that will pause your DOM, but here I missed it, so let me check once again. Okay, so I'm going to click out sign out, and I'm going to click F8. So the DOM will be paused like this. Until you click on that, your DOM will be paused. What is the benefit? Now we can go to the element and we can click on this guy to get the what we call that, to get the notification, I mean the element, right? So that is the reason here. Now here I can see that it has a role called alert dialect, so I'm just going to take that. So div and then at the rate role equal to this guy. Okay, so 1 of 1, that is correct. Now let's go and resume the login, I mean the browser. Okay, so very simple. Now here I'm going to say driver dot find element by XPath and the XPath value. Then I'm going to say dot get text, and then I'm going to return the text. Okay, so return the text, and that should give me the method return type as a string. Okay, now you might ask me, Kaushik, you are receiving the toast message as an argument, but you are not doing anything. Makes sense. So I just noticed. So mostly we don't write the assert within the pages itself. We can write that within the what we call that, within the test, right? So I think we no need to do this here, so we'll just remove it here. We'll just get it and we'll write the if condition or the assert in the test class. Okay, so that's it. This is fine as of now, I believe. Let me align it. Okay, okay, and let's go to the header page. Here also we can write for the sign out as well, right? So if I click on the login, then I mean this one, what is this? Yeah, so then I will get the the sign out here as well, right? So let's go and inspect this one. So it is also in link text, I believe. Yeah, so let's go and click. So here I'm going to write a one more function, so I'll name it like public void click sign out. Okay, so very simple, we have done this. So let's try to write a test. Of course it's going to fail because we have to do something other than this as well, but let's try to write the test. Okay, so within the src test folder, I'm going to create a package called test, and within the test I'm going to create a class here, and let's write this like login test. Okay, with some id like tc001. Based on your jira, you can take the jira id, and then or whatever you are using the test management tool, based on that the ticket id will be there. Based on that you can create a class name. Okay, now let's go and create a simple method. So public void, we'll say like login. Okay, so I'm just going to write only the positive scenario. Maybe you can write all the negative scenarios as well. Okay, so test and not this one. So we have to add the dependency first for TestNG. So if I go back to my pom.xml, you can see that we have only the dependencies for the Selenium. So plugin is basically your helper kind of. For example, if I do right click, you can see here we have options like run as TestNG, test everything. So that is what the plugin does. Dependency in the sense the actual code base, right? So when we call at test, we have to import it from the TestNG package. For those, we have to go with the um, dependencies. Okay, so I'm going to copy the dependencies. So let's go. So we can go to the Maven repository. So Maven repository, and we can search for TestNG. And here we have like plenty of versions. So there are 7 14 6 something is there. So I'll go with the comfortable version of 6.4.12 for me. So I'll just copy and paste the dependencies here. Okay, and that's it, we are done with the dependency. So it is added in our Maven project. Okay, now let's go back to the test. Okay, and I'm going to give control space. Now you can see we are getting the org.testng.annotations as a package name. So that is the package, we are getting the package name because of the dependencies. And if I do right click, and here I can see run as TestNG test, this is because of the what do you call that, plugin. Okay, now let's go and write the first. So first, of course, we have to go to the home page and we have to validate the welcome message, right? So let's go and create an object for the home page. So I'm going to say home page, and will home equal to new home page. So I'm calling the constructor, and then I'm going to say home dot validate the welcome message, right? Now what it's going to return, it's going to return me void, because we are just is outing here, but what we have to do is actually we have to return it, right? So return, and then I will say like return header dot get text. Okay, that's it, very simple. Now we'll change the return type, control 1, and you change the return type to string. Okay, now let's go and validate that as well. So go to our test file, and this is going to return me the string, so I'm going to store that in this one. So I'll just name it like welcome message, and then we can do the asset. I didn't cover the TestNG most of the TestNG part here, but if you want to do the asset, here we have like asset, um, like asset true, asset false, so we have, so we can use that. Okay, now here I'm going to check the uh, so we can use like assert dot assert text, I mean not text, we are going to check the assert equals, right? So welcome message, so this is my actual and this is my expected. Okay, so we are going to compare the actual and expected. So here you can see first one is actual and second one is expected. Actual in the sense, from this particular page whatever we are going to get, that is our actual, and expected is what? Expected is basically welcome to LetCode, right? So I'm just going to copy that and paste over here. Okay, so if the asset is going to fail, of course that is will not continue. If asset is pass, is going to continue. But if you notice here we have some extra spaces as well. So what we can do is we can trim it here. So here we will trim it, and then this guy is basically without any space, so same, or else you can do trim here as well. Okay, now once we go to the home page, we have done the validations. Now from the home page we have to go and click on the um, login button, right? So let's go and write a object for the header page, and from the header we are going to say click we are going to click on the login first. Once we click on the login, what we have to do, we have to create an object for the login page again. So login page, okay, then we are going to login dot, this is our actual thing. So enter, we are going to enter the username, some username like Kaushik 350. We can use the data provider integration as well as here, but in this course we didn't focus on anything about the TestNG, so I'm just going to pass the hard coded value here. Okay, so okay, then we are going to pass login dot enter password, and the password here is pass123 and then we are going to click on the login button, right? So login dot click on the login button. Okay, now here if you notice, here also we have the login and here also login, but this is from the header and this is from the login page. Okay, so both are different, but just in case if you want to change, just to avoid confusions, what you can do is you can say like click login menu. Okay, so that means we are trying to click on the login menu here. Okay, now let's go and change this as well. Okay, so once we do the login, of course what will happen, of course it will go to the dashboard again, right? So the home page, it will go to that home page again, and there we have to validate the toast message, right? So let's go and do that as well. So I can use the same object that we have here, home. So I can say like home dot validate toast message, and that's going to return me the validation toast message, right? So we'll name it like toast message. Then again I can use the assert, so I'm just going to copy this guy. Okay, and here we are going to pass this one as a toast here. And what should be the, so whoever is going to do the login, their name should be comes, right? So here you can see we are getting like welcome Kaushik LetCode, something like that. So we'll just make it here. Okay. If I pass this Kaushik 350 like this email, let's see what is the validation message we are going to get. As of now, I'm just hard coding everything, but you know the concept, so we can use the data provider integration or maybe the Excel or whatever data we can, and based on the data we can pass that. So here it's like welcome Kaushik Chatterjee, so I'm just going to copy and paste over here. Okay, or else if you want to check partially, that also we can do. So we can say like welcome, then we will just check like welcome, and that is also possible. Okay. Okay, fine. So once this is done, then probably we can click on the sign out button that we'll see later on. Okay, so that's it. This is how you should write your page object model. A very simple concept. Write everything within the classes and write the functions, and you just call the functions. Okay, but if I try to run this, this will give me null pointer exception, because nowhere we are saying like how to launch the browser or how to load the URL, everything, right? So we are going to do that. So for that, what I'm going to do is I'm going to extend this class to the LetCode base first. Okay, so extend LetCode base, and within the LetCode base, I'm going to create two functions. Okay, so one is the public and void, and I'm going to say launch browser. Okay, I'm going to say launch browser. Okay, and within this we are actually creating the object. So if you remember, in the Selenium base we have this Chrome driver, right? So I will change this to remote WebDriver as of now, because remote WebDriver, in the sense, it is the supermost class in Selenium. So based on this, like driver equal to new Chrome driver or driver equal to new Firefox driver, we can achieve the cross browser testing as well. Okay, so here we are using the remote WebDriver. Okay, now let's go to our code base, and here we are going to say driver equal to new Chrome driver. Okay, so here only we are creating our actual object. Okay, now I'm going to say driver dot get to get the URL, that's going to be letcode.in, and before that we'll just maximize the window. So driver dot manage window dot maximize, and then we are going to set the timeout as well. Okay, so driver dot manage dot timeouts dot implicitly wait, and we'll use 20 seconds for that. Okay, so successfully we have created our driver as well. Okay, so we have created our driver object and we loaded the URL. Now let's go to our login test and let's try to run this, and still we are getting the null pointer exception, because we have extended to the LetCode base, but before running this at test we should trigger this particular method as well. So for that I'm going to use the annotations called before method. Basically these are your what we call that, your TestNG concept. So in this course we are not focusing on the TestNG, so I'm just skipping all those things and I'm just showing the method names, but same mostly. Okay, okay, I got it. So silly mistake here, let me tell you what why we are not getting suggestions. So if I go to my pom.xml, here you can see that we are limiting the scope. So we are limiting the TestNG scope to the only the test folder. Okay, but that is within the main package folder, so that is the reason. So if I delete this line and then if I go and check, now I will be able to see everything. So if I say like at the rate before method here, you can see we are getting all these suggestions. Okay, so that is the thing I forgot. So here in the dependencies, don't include the scope, so scope will restrict to that particular package. Okay, now this is fine, and similarly we have to write for the tear down as well, or the closing, right? So we'll say like public void close browser, and here we'll just use the at the rate after method. So after each and every attest, the browser will close. Okay, so I will say like driver dot close. I will use quit, so we can say like driver dot quit. Okay, now let's go back to our test folder, and within the test package I have this login test. Let's try to load this, I mean run this. Let's see whether we are able to run this or not. So the browser got launched, URL got launched, and then it got failed, and we are ending up with null pointer exception again, and the null coming from this particular line here. So null is coming from here. What went wrong in the sense, we are using this inheritance, right? So from here, from the LetCode base, we are creating the driver object, but this driver object is not able to share in all the other classes. So what we can do is we can do it in three ways. We can make our driver as a static in the sense, driver will be created only once, and we can use that object across all the tests. Okay, let me show you that as well. So here, if I go to the driver and I can change this to static. Okay, okay, now let me go to the actual test here, and let me try to run this here. So this time it should execute properly, but what will happen in the sense, for single parallel for single execution, that's fine, but if you run in parallel, it will not work. Okay, so that is the disadvantage of static, making the driver as a static. So here you can see we got the test as a passed, and we also got this sort statement like welcome to LetCode. Okay, now just in case if you want to check this message as well, so we can print that as well. So already we have assert, so I believe that will work, that should work fine. So we'll go to the toast message. Okay, so let's go and run this one more time. This will run for sure, I know that, but the disadvantage is when you're trying to run in parallel, it will not work because the driver is static, and that is wrong. Okay, so here you can see that we got like Kaushik Chatterjee, welcome to LetCode. Now let's try with one more thing. So I'm going to say like Kaushik, what is the other credential I have? So it's Kaushik1 at letcode.in. So let's go and pass this. Now this will have different welcome message. So in this case, this guy should fail now. Let's see. Okay, so now the test is failure, and why it's got failure in the sense, we can check it here. So here you can see assertion error. So welcome Kaushik Chatterjee, but found nothing actually. That means of course it's a fail. So that is one problem here. If I go up here, we can see it. Okay, actually the text actually didn't come here, so that's something wrong here, because the assert might take little, the element might took little amount of time to load. So let's try to run this again. Okay, let's go and check, but found. Okay, anyway, it's not a problem, so we can add maybe one thread dot sleep here, so that is sufficient, I believe. So let's go and write a thread dot sleep. Of course we should not use that, we should use the WebDriver wait. We'll see that in a moment. Okay, so I'm just going to add like 3 milliseconds, 3 seconds here. Okay, let's go and run this again. Okay, now it says like welcome Kaushik LetCode. Now here if you see, the asset message will be properly, again it's giving us sorry, but okay, maybe I should include this thread here, not there. Okay, sorry for that. Let's go and run this. What I'm trying to do is actually the set message is showing wrong actually, so we are trying to resolve that with the help of the dot slip, but that is not advisable, but just for learning we are seeing now. Okay, now if I go to this one, you can see that expected is welcome Kaushik Chatterjee, but what we got is welcome Kaushik LetCode. Okay, so of course we can see that our assert is working properly. Okay, that is fine. Now let's get back to the same topic. So here we are using the driver as static, so that is not a good idea. Okay, so it will not work for the parallel execution. So, and we are getting something like this. This is basically code coverage, which shows like which of the code executed and which of the code doesn't get executed, like that. So remote green color in the sense that are used, red in the sense that are not used. Okay, so if you go to this coverage tab and if you do the clear, it will go. Okay, so don't get panic on that. Okay, so we'll remove the driver, static driver. Then how to solve the existing problem? The null pointer is very simple. What we have to do is we have to create a constructor, and within the constructor we are going to get the driver and we are going to reuse that. Okay, that means in the constructor we'll say like remote WebDriver driver, and here what we'll do, we'll say like this dot driver. This dot driver is actually coming from your LetCode base. From the LetCode base it will go to the Selenium base, and from there it is coming. Okay, and whatever the driver we are going to get, we are going to assign it. That means we are trying to get the driver in the runtime and we are trying to pass to that particular class. Okay, so if I control click on this, you can see that it is actually coming from our Selenium base class. Okay, now what we have to do is we have to similarly create a constructor for each and every class. So let's go and do that. So we'll start with the header page, and here I'm going to say, okay, and similarly we are going to do in the login page as well. Okay, so you can do right click and you can say like uh, source, and you can say like generate constructor from super class, and you will get that. Okay, so here you can see that login page. Super is not needed, we are not using anything from here, so you can select this dot driver equal to driver, and this will come from here. Okay, so remote WebDriver driver. Okay, very simple concept. We are trying to get the driver in the runtime. Okay, so let's go, and in our test class what we have to change is basically in all the constructor we have to pass our driver. So driver, same thing here and same thing here as well. Okay, it's a very simple concept. So uh, before this test it will go to the LetCode base and it will create the object. This object will remain in the memory. Okay, now what will happen in the sense, whenever we call any of the constructor, that constructor will take that driver. Okay, and from this driver it will use this driver. Okay, so basically we are sharing the object. Okay, now let's go to the tc001 and let's go and try to run this. So the LetCode is login. I mean, before method works, then that test works, and then we are getting something like this, and it should fail because of the error message. Okay, so let me go and correct this user credential first. So here it should be like 340 at Gmail. Okay, let's go and run this now again. Okay, so it's working fine. Just to make much sense why we did this driver sharing, let me create and copy paste this. So tc00, we'll name it like 2 here, and let's go to that second class, and here we'll say like login 2, and here I'm going to change the credential. Okay, so it's going to be Kaushik1 at letcode.in, and here the welcome message should be LetCode, I believe. Okay, okay, anyway, fine. So let's convert this into TestNG parallel test. So I'm going to convert to TestNG, and here I'm going to say parallel mode equal to classes, and click on the finish. Okay, now let's go back to our XML file. From here I'm going to run this. So let's go to run as TestNG suite, and here you can see that we got two browsers running parallelly at the same time. Okay, so we can check the report as well, so it will give us some report as well. So let's go and check. Okay, and we got one failure, one pass. The failure is because of the login to. Here we have some spelling mistake, like the L is capital here, the L is lowercase here, so that's why it's failed. Okay, anyways, but we understood that how to run those in the parallel test. Now let me show you the default report that is provided by the TestNG as well. So right click on your project, click on the refresh, and here you can see we got a new folder called test output. Now let's go show in System Explorer, and within that we are going to click on this index.html. Okay, now here we can see that we have like um, two functions. So the failed one is basically the login to test, that is the expected. So here we have the L capital, here we have the L lowercase, that's why it's got failed. Okay, and passed method is basically the first test case is passed. Okay, that's it. Very pretty much cool. Okay. Okay, now let's go and see the let's have a quick recap. Okay, before getting into the next one, let's get a quick recap here because we learned so many things, I believe. So first of all, we'll go to our project specific class where we have a package where we have a LetCode base, and that's going to extend the Selenium base. In this class, we have like before method and after method. Before method is going to execute before each and every attest, and after method is going to execute before each and every attest. Okay, and here we have a launch browser in the sense it's going to create the object, it's going to maximize, it's going to set the implicit weight, and then it's going to load the URL. And in the after method, we are just closing our browser. Okay, now let's go to the pages. Okay, so in the pages, we'll start with the header page. In the header page, we have a constructor where we are receiving the driver and we are setting that to the current context. Okay, and then we have few reusable functions like click login, click sign out, and just the code whatever we have learned so far in our course. Similarly for the home page, similarly for the login page. Now remember one thing, we should write all the actions and the locators within the pages, and then we should write the test within the src test folder, and here is our test case example. Okay, and always try to do the assertion or any kind of validation, even if it's if conditions, on the test, not within the page. Okay, so that's a wrong way. We can do it sometimes, we can do it, but most of the scenario, if it's major assertion like the username, the password, the validations message, everything, then of course you must do within the test, within that test. Okay, or the actual test cases. Okay, now you might ask me why you have moved to sudden to a test. You can use the main method as well. Yeah, that is also possible, but just to give you a glimpse about the TestNG, I'm using in this way. Okay, if you do not know a test, the TestNG whole concept, that's not a problem. Maybe I will plan a kind of similar kind of like this course, I will plan in the future. Okay, um, so that's it for this chapter. We'll see in the next chapter. In this chapter, we are going to see about the page factory in Selenium. So in a previous lecture, we know that we learned like how to use the page object model, how to write the test, and how to write the reusable functions. Let's see how to use the page factory. Okay, so let's go to our home page or maybe any other page. Okay, so we'll start with the home page or maybe the login page. Okay, let me close all others and let me minimize this one. Okay, now what is the use of page factory? Is basically page factory is an annotation in Selenium that is used to find the locators. Okay, so to find the locators, so what is the benefit? Because we are here also we are trying to find the element with the help of find element method. Then why we should go with the at find by? One major thing is basically at find by claims that it can avoid the stale element references error exception, and another one is the it will be a little faster comparing to the find element finding strategy with the help of cache lookup. Okay, so I'll just try to explain that. Okay, so first of all, we have to use the annotations in the class level, not within the method. We cannot write or we cannot find element within the method. We have to write that within the class level. So here the syntax is at the rate find by, and then I'm going to I have to say like what is the element. For example, here you can see it's a tag name which has a h1, right? So here I can say like tag name, and then within the double quotes I can give the value. Okay, now this is going to return me what? This is going to return me web element. So I can say the type, and then I can say like a name to that. Okay, it's like creating a variable here. So I'll just name this like a header. Okay, that's it. Now we are not going to use this header outside of this page. Okay, so all your locators should be within the page. So what we can do is we can make this data type as a private here. Actually we can write this in 1 or 2 line, doesn't really matter, but just for your understanding, at find by is a locator finding strategy, and we can say like what is the scope, what is the data type, and the name of the element. Okay, so this is the basic fundamental of using of finding at find by. Now let's see how to use this. Okay, so here we are, what we are doing, we are finding the element and then we are returning the text, right? So instead of that, what can I say? Like I can say like this dot header, and I can say like get text, and then I can just return the text, right? So it's going to return me the text and I can return the text here, right? So instead of finding like this, we are finding like this. Another advantage, just for your learning, for example, I also have to check whether this header is displayed on the page or not, right? So in that scenario, I cannot use the same header because here we are returning the string. Of course I cannot have multiple return type, right? So what we can do is we can return only the element. So I can say like public void get header. Okay, uh, we can do it several way. I can just return only the header, the element header element, or else based on my scenario. For example, I have to check is displayed or not. That is, I'm expecting true or false, not or true or false, right? So I can say like is header displayed, something like that, and then I can say like return this dot header is displayed. Okay, so this is going to return me the boolean or false, right? I mean true or false. Okay, so if I do the same thing here, that means of course I have to copy the element, right? So I have to copy this element and I have to paste it here. Then I have to use the is displayed function. Then I have to again return the state, right? But once we do that in the class level, then definitely it will be easier. So I will try to find the element only once and I can use wherever I need, right? So that is also one more advantage. Another advantage is like I can use the term called @, I mean not term, so basically it's an annotation, cache lookup. So what does cache lookup do? In the sense, cache lookup will try to store this particular element within the browser cache itself. The name itself says like cache lookup. And that means if you are trying to find the element for n number of times, then it will not go and refine the element. Rather, it will take the value from the cache. For example, is header displayed? Here also we are using the element, so that will go and find first time. Then we are saying like set get page header, and there also we are using the same variable, so it will go and find the element again, right? But instead of that, if I say cache lookup, it will store the data, that element type, right? So here you can read the description, and that means it will not change, right? So it will just reuse, it will try to reuse the same element that is now, right? Now we should not use the cache lookup for each and every scenario. For example, if we are going to use the web table concept, for example, if I go and search something, the table data is going to change, right? So in that scenario, we should not use cache lookup. That will end up with stale element references. Like if I have like something like static, I know that header is going to be static in my page. Then in that scenario, we can use the cache lookup. So that will not try to find the element again and again. Rather, it will try to find only once, and it will store that in the memory, so the browser memory, and from there it will use. Okay, that's it. So this is the page factory. Now how to use for different in scenario, let me show you one more example as well. We'll go with the XPath. Okay, so here you can write everything on the class level, like here itself you can find everything, or else you can find on top of any method, anyhow is fine. Okay, so here I can say like find by, and then I can say like XPath equal to the XPath value. Let me copy this one, and here I'm going to say private, and then I'm going to say the return type is web element, and then it's going to return me what? It's going to return me the login button, right? So login button. Okay, and here instead of this line, what can I do? I can say like driver, not driver, sorry. So it should be like this dot login button dot click. Okay, so that's it, pretty much done, right? Now let's go back and try to execute our test script just to make sure that nothing is broken as of now. So we'll do the test case one itself. Okay, so it passed, and it got failed. Actually, the failure reason is basically, I think there is some, okay, we are getting null pointer. Okay, that is what I wanted to show you as well. Yeah, so here you can see that we are getting null pointer exception, and it's coming from the page login page in the line number of what do you call that, 39, right? So it's failed during this one. If you notice here, it entered the username and password. While it's going to click on the login button, it got failed, right? That means, let me show you once more time. Yeah, so the validate the valid welcome message also using the driver dot find element XPath. So it worked fine. Then we tried to enter the click login menu where we are also using the driver, so that also worked fine, right? And then when I enter the username password, that is also worked. But when I try to click on the login button, it's using this dot login button, right? So if I go to here, you can see that this is, so that means my at find by didn't work and it's throwing me null pointer exception. Let us understand why we are getting this. Okay, so in all our previous method we use like driver dot find element. So driver, we have the object, and based on the object it is able to find on the DOM, right? But when I say at the rate find by, I'm asking to find the element with the help of XPath, and the value is this, and I'm trying to store this in this particular reference variable, right? Variable. But I didn't say like which driver I have to use, right? So this dot driver, it's not going to work in this scenario. So what we have to use, we have to call the constructor. I mean, we have to call the page factory in the constructor. So let me show you the syntax. So here I'm going to say page factory dot init element. Okay, so page factory dot init element is the init elements is the actual what we call that function to say. For example, here I will say like driver, and here I will say like this. Okay, so let me tell you what is this. Okay, so page factory dot init element, in the sense this will make sure that whenever we call the find by annotations, that's going to pass this driver to this internally. Okay, so whatever the driver we are going to get, we will set it here. And this, in the sense, we are saying like in which page we want to do, in which class. So this means of course it is going to represent the current class. So this is the actual syntax to use the at find by. If you don't have this page factory init element in your constructor, definitely it will end up with null pointer exception. So I'm just going to quickly add that to maybe all the constructor here. I'm not using in all the pages, but just for your reference, I'm adding it in this class as well. Okay, now let's go to a logging test and let's try to run this now. Hopefully it should pass now. Okay, now here you can say all our tests got passed. Okay, so that is the usage of page factory and the snippet, I mean the actual code to use this. So if you missed this one, if you forgot to add the page factory dot init elements, definitely your page factory will not work. And this is the example to use the page factory. Okay, so very simple concept, but there are a few disadvantages as well. For example, we cannot use the dynamic, we cannot make it dynamic in the at find by. For example, let's say that um, here we have this example, right? So here let's say that this text is going to change. It might be login or it might be sign in some scenarios. Okay, so what we can do is, let's say that I have a string here, string text equal to, let's say that it's going to be sign in now. Okay, just assume it's going to be sign in now. So what can I do is, I can just remove this guy and I can do the string concatenation here, right? So I can do the string concatenation and I can say like this one. So that means in the runtime we are trying to generate the dynamic XPath. So it will be, while going to the browser, it will just add this value, the sign in value here, and that will make it as a dynamic XPath, right? But in terms of page factory, that is not possible. Let me show you that. Okay, so I'm just going to comment this line as of now. Okay, and we'll just recorrect this one. Okay, now let's go up, and if I try to do the same thing in this scenario in the page factory, that is not possible. Let me show you. So if I say like string text equal to sign in, and then if I try to change this, so let me add double quotes, double plus, and if I say text, that will not work. Okay, it will not work in any conditions. However you try, you cannot do that. Okay, so if I mouse over on this, you can see that the value of annotation attribute at find by must be a constant. Okay, so constant in the sense we cannot change constant expressions, basically we cannot change it at any cost. Okay, So that is the disadvantage of what we call that, page factory annotations, I believe, because most of the time we have to write the dynamic XPath based on the test cases or the test scenarios. So of course we can use mix and match, we can use the driver, or we can use that page at find by also. That is not a problem, that is what we have used here as well. But most of the code companies do not prefer to mix match, either they go with the find by or they go with the driver dot find elements, or there is also something like by dot something. So like using the by class by also we can find, so that is also possible. Okay, so that's it for the page factory. I hope you understood like what is page factory and how to use that in our code, and the benefits out of page factory, and also the disadvantage. So based on the project you have to implement that. Okay, so we'll see in the next chapter. In this chapter we are going to see how to use the Selenium base class. Okay, so if you remember in all the chapters, whenever we learned a concept like how to interact with inputs or how to interact with the drop downs or whatever the concept, we have written all the base functions, right? So we are trying to create like a tiny framework where we'll say like type and we'll get a web element, when we'll pass a text and we'll use this, right? Now let's see how to use this in our actual test. Okay, so I'm going to get into my pages, and let's start with the login page. Okay, and here what we are trying to do is we are trying to enter the username, right? So here what I'm trying to do, I'm trying to select driver dot find element by something, and then I'm trying to do the send case, right? Instead of that, what can I do is I can just simply say this dot type, and here I have to pass the web element, that is whatever the web element, and then I can pass the value from here. So instead of writing 2-3 lines, I can write in one function, and within the function if you see we are trying like we are saying like element dot send keys, we are passing the text, and we are also writing the log. And apart from that we also can do something like wait for the element to be visible, right? For example, I can say like WebDriver wait concept here. So I can use the WebDriver wait concept here. And here it's going to set the default timeout. Okay, so timeout should be in the format of long. So let's create that as well. So private long, not login, it should be long. And then we are going to say timeout equal to, as of now I'm just going to say like 30 seconds. So if something is not visible more than 30 seconds, I'm going to make that as a failure. Okay, so wait equal to new WebDriver wait, and then we are passing the timeout. Okay, now I can say like wait dot until, and here I can say like expected conditions dot, and then I can say like element to be visible. Okay, so here we have something like element to be visible or clickable, not clickable in the sense, it should be like uh, expected condition dot visibility of element, right? So visibility of element, and that's going to be this element, right? So we'll wait until the element is visible, and then we'll try to fix it out. I mean we'll try to interact with that element, right? So if I use the send case default like send case, it will not wait until the element is visible or not. But if I use the same type function, it will wait until the element is visible, then it will try to interact with that particular element. And here we are just getting system dot log as well. But you can assume this like your reporter, you can add the logger, or you can write the steps to do the extend report and everything. Okay, now let's go and find this element. So here instead of using driver dot find element, I can use the at find by as well, right? So let's go and write that. So here I'm going to say at the rate find by and name equal to email. Okay, and then we'll say like private web element, and it's going to be email element. Okay, so you can state like this, so ele element, that means element of email. Okay, and we can use this within this particular type function. Okay, yeah, now let's go and do for rest of the things as well. So I'm going to comment this one, and it has a name called password, so let's write the annotations for that. Okay, and here we have this dot login button dot click. Instead of that, what we can do is we can say like this dot click, and here I can say like login button. Okay, so what is the difference? Here also we are doing the click, here also we are doing the click. As I said earlier, if I go within the click function, we can see that we have like the WebDriver wait, right? So I'm just going to use the same object. Okay, so here wait equal to new WebDriver wait, and we'll expect we'll use the expected condition that element to be clickable. So it will wait until the element is clickable. When the element is ready, then it will do the click action. And here also we are getting some kind of logs. Okay, that's it. That is how we have to use the Selenium base. So I hope you understood now what is the use of Selenium base that we created. So we'll create one functions. Within that we'll write all our expected behaviors or the conditions to how to do the actual click action. Then we'll use that within our test classes. Okay, so that is how this is very simple, right? And for asset also we have written something, I believe. So if I go back here, so here you can see we have written for is displayed, is read only. So we have written all the things already, like checking the element color, and then how to select a text based on the drop down everything. So I have written so many things. Probably you can enhance this, or you can use the same. Okay, now let's go and final touch. We'll try to run this. So very easy. I hope you understood everything. Okay, so just inheritance concept. If you are good with Java, probably you can do this very easy. Okay, and most of the people what they do is because they will do like for the WebDriver wait conditions, they will create a separate class, and there they will name it like wait utilities, and they will write all the functions, and they will call the functions within the base class. That is also possible, just to segregate the code. That is also a good practice. You can do however you want. Now if you compare the result, previously we didn't get anything, but this time we got at least like what is happening over there. We are trying to get all the details, right? So that is the beauty of the base class. Here we are writing like console.log, but you can convert that, or you can assume that that is going to be reflected in your reports. So that's really beautiful thing, right? So that's it. So with this chapter, I think we are pretty much done with all the Selenium concepts. Okay, so hey guys, I'm very excited to say that I have completed the Selenium Basic, the WebDriver course, and it's a almost like 4 to 5 hours, I believe. So that's really good. I still didn't edit it, so once I edit, I will know the length of the video. But if you are still here and you are watching this entirely, I appreciate your effort to watch the video. May I and I definitely believe that you have learned something. If you have like queries, anything, already I have talked about in the introduction video, so you can just make use of all those stuff. I will be happy to help you as much I can do from my side, but definitely you have to practice. Then only you can make the lengthy course useful. Okay, so you have spent so many hours in this course. Definitely that should bring something at least back to you, right? Now what you have to do after this video. Okay, so what you have to do after this video. So before this video, I definitely believe that you already have at least the basic knowledge of Java oops concept. So after watching this video, what you can learn is basically you can enhance your Java learning more. You can focus on more on the data structure, not in the very starting, but when I say data structure, in the sense you don't have to mix and match everything, and you have to prepare a lot. Just follow a few of the concept. Go to the arrays, go to any of the arrays course or videos, whatever you like, and practice arrays a lot. Practice the collections concept, and that is very much important. Okay, and most of the interviews nowadays are based on the data structure. They are not asking you to write a pakka code. They just wanted you to test your knowledge, like how good you are in sorting. So if they give you like array of data in any format like string or integer, you should at least know how to solve the sorting of those arrays. Okay, at least for that, learn. If you're not able to learn the data structure entirely, even I do not know entire concepts and everything, but I know few of the sorting algorithm like the bubble sort and a few other things. So at least try to learn all those stuff. And if you talk about in Selenium, there are so many concepts that I left in this video, but there are so many things to learn. Okay, after this Selenium, this is the basic. After, if you want to enhance more, means probably you should learn like how to write the page objects in a very how do I say that, very like usable reusable concepts. And you can start building your frameworks. You can try to integrate that with CI/CD, try to learn how to manage the source code, GitHub basically, and you can focus more on the grid, because whatever we did is in our local machine, but in real time scenarios there will definitely chances where we should run in multiple systems. Like if you have like 100 or 100 plus of test case, and to reduce the regression effort you have to utilize maximum number of resources, maximum resources in the sense of course the humans and the systems as well. So you should learn about the grid concept, or running in cloud-based servers like the AWS, the Amazon Azure, or I mean not Amazon AWS and Microsoft Azure, or maybe you can go with Docker Kubernetes, or just a simple concepts like running on Sauce Lab or browser stack. All those stuff you can learn, and TestNG is must for testers. So try to learn each and every concept in the TestNG, like the basic of annotations, attributes, listeners, grouping concept, all the stuff you should be very familiar with the TestNG. Okay. With that said, I think I have given you the path what to do next as well, and that is pretty much enough. And with this knowledge, if you're trying to attend any interview, definitely you can crack it. At least I can assure you that you can at least crack the 70% of percentage of the Selenium. But just in case if you want to practice more, we have a way. So go to letcode.in/test practice. Here you can see that I have given already 3 test cases, and that's a real time project. So you can practice that as well. I will upload more on the coming days, and here also we have like interview questions, like whatever we have learned in our course. Apart from that also there might be a lot of questions you might get in the interviews. So I tried to give some of the questions that I faced in my on my interviews, and some of the questions are from different sources as well. Okay, so with that said, that's it. If you like the video, kindly give a like and share it to your friends if you find this useful. If you don't find it useful, do let me know in the comments how I can improve. Maybe from the next, if I do something like this lengthy course, I will definitely let you do my best. Or always, definitely there will be like short videos that are planned already, so you might see in maybe in 4 in a week. Okay, so stay tuned, stay subscribed, and thank you so much for being with me this many hours. Okay, so see you in the next course very soon. Tata, bye bye, take care.